Honorable members' prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, shall we turn to item 5? Item 5, correction of votes and proceedings and that of the official report. We begin with votes and proceedings on Wednesday, the 17th of June, 2026. We start from page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page number 7. Page 8. Yes, Honorable Professor Nyako.
The Speaker, with respect, yesterday I duly sought permission to be absent for official engagement. However, I've been marked absent. So if item number 47 under members who were absent could be deleted and placed under absent with permission. Thank you.
Table. I acknowledge signing his absence of leave for. So please acknowledge that correction. We turn to page 9. Page 10. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, the 17th of June, 2026 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. So, Leader, before I come to you for any indication, I think the clerk has an announcement to make. Yes.
Good afternoon, honorable members. This is to inform the House that the Right Honorable Speaker is out of the jurisdiction, and the first Deputy Speaker is currently representing him at a function. And in accordance with Standing Order 12.3, the second Deputy Speaker assumes the chair to discharge all obligations during the absence of the Speaker until Right Honorable Speaker resumes the chair. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Leader, are you taking the item? Leader, question time. Item 6.
Mr. Speaker, I think we can vary the business of the House for today and take a statement. Honorable Jerry wants to make a statement congratulating the Black Stars on their phenomenal performance yesterday in winning the match against Panama. And I believe it is in order for Honorable Jerry to lead this House to make a statement, and I'm saying so because yesterday he said that the results of the match will give an indication whether things are working well in this country. I'm guided by Hansard, and the Hansard of this House captures him as having said that the results of the match yesterday will be the litmus test for determining if this country now works. So, Mr. Speaker, given that the Black Stars won, I believe that he owes this country a duty to now confirm to Ghanaians that indeed the country now works because the Black Stars won the match yesterday. So, Mr. Speaker, whilst he prepares his mind what to say, whilst he prepares his mind how to say it, that this country now works, I see the Minister for Education has entered the chamber, and since he has questions to answer, we will take the questions of the Minister, and then whilst that is happening, Honorable Jerry will prepare his statement to confirm to Ghanaians that the country now works. And it is because the country now works that the Black Stars won the match yesterday. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll go to question time.
Leader, statement should not engender debate. But the way you have begun it, anyway, we'll get there. So,
Speaker, I know that Majority Leader is looking very handsome this afternoon. And I know he doesn't want any flooding in his domain. So I'll let this pass. And I've just told him that it looks like today we are the majority because we are more than them, but it's okay. Now I've seen my mentor, we can proceed to take the questions.
Who's your mentor?
Oh, Honorable Aruna Idris.
I see.
Is General Asiedu Nketiah's very good friend.
Bye-bye. Sit down. So, honorable members, as we did yesterday, this time we are not going to wait for anybody. So the owner of the questions, if they are not here, any member from the caucus, or even any member at all can just read the question on his or her behalf, and the minister will answer. We are not going to wait for anybody again. So, Honorable Minister, may you take your appropriate seat. So we'll begin with question 223. Question 223. And the question stands in the name of a member from Wa West, Honorable Superintendent Retired Peter Tubu. So, Professor, are you do that on his behalf?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the authority of honorable member to ask his question. I rise to ask. I want to seek your leave, Mr. Speaker.
Oh,
to do
go
so.
ahead. I've given the omnibus permission, so you can.
I rise to ask the Minister for Education what plans the ministry has to adopt and support the Wichao TVET School, which is the only technical and vocational education and training institute in the Wa West District. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Respectfully, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to respond to the question posed by the Honorable Peter Lanchini Tobu. The Wichao TVET School is in the Wichao community in the Wa West District of the Upper West Region. The establishment of the Wichao Community Technical and Vocational Institute was initiated and spearheaded by the Paramount Chief, and we should commend him for that, and the good people of Wichao in 2019. Currently, the school has a student enrollment of 147 with a staff strength of 13, comprising 11 teaching staff and 2 non-teaching staff. The school currently has the following facilities: a 6-unit classroom block funded by the Northern Development Authority, a 60-bed capacity dormitory block funded by the District Assembly, and a borehole funded by the Wichao Community Hippo Sanctuary. Mr. Speaker, as the only TVET institute within the district, the Wichao TVET School was formally absorbed in March 2026 into the public education system and has accordingly been included in the 2026-2027 school register. The school is currently running the following programs: electrical engineering, wood technology, garment technology, and business information technology. The school would be rehabilitated under the Star J project. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that earlier when I appeared before this House, I indicated that together with the Ministry of Finance, we're negotiating with the World Bank for $300 million to support the construction of new schools, senior high school, and rehabilitation of senior high school, and support for technical and vocational educational institutions across the country. Mr. Speaker, skills training and development holds key if Ghana is to succeed to address growing unemployment and underemployment, and we should be investing more in TVET education. Accordingly, the Wichao School will benefit from the World Bank support under the Star J program. I'm currently doing the shortlist, and together with the Minister of Finance, we'll do a common cabinet memo to the President and Cabinet and subsequently to Parliament, and many institutions across the country will benefit from that intervention. Mr. Speaker, we're also working to establish a TVET fund for the country. I have discussed it with the President. He thinks that we can look at 10% get fund allocation annually, and probably I was looking into earmarking some mineral revenue, but that I've been advised by the Minister for Finance that I should give him some time to think through what additional financing he can add to it. But the principle that under the John Mahama administration, Ghana will get its first ever TVET fund will happen. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Prof, any
Mr.
supplementary
Speaker,
question?
I have no complementary question except to thank the Minister for the assurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, honorable members, we turn to question 225. Question 225, and that question stands in the name of a member from Pristia Huni Valley, Honorable Robert Wisdom Kujo. Yes.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. I have the permission and authority from the...
So you can go ahead, please.
All right, thank you. I'd like to ask the Minister for Education when the following installed gate fund project in Pristia Huni Valley will be completed. The 18-unit classroom block at St. Augustine Senior High School, Bogoso, the boys' dormitory at Huni Valley Senior High School, the boys' dormitory at Pristia Senior High School, Senior Technical School. Thank you.
Respectfully, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to respond to the question of Honorable Robert Wisdom Kujo. The 18-unit classroom block at St. Augustine Senior High School was awarded in August 2020 to Messrs. Donajos Company Limited at a contract sum of 2,427,893 Ghana cedis. The project is being supervised by Architectural Engineering Services Limited. Payments made so far is around 400,000 of the 2.4 million, and the project remains uncompleted. The Huni Valley Senior High School is located in the Western region, was established in 1975. The school has a population of 1,695 people, made up of 502 male and 1,193 female, with a total staff strength of 114, comprising 90 teaching and 24 non-teaching staff. The construction of boys' dormitory at the Huni Valley Senior High School was awarded far back, Mr. Speaker, November 2016, to Messrs. Boyson Construction West Limited at a contract sum of 997,446,053 Ghana cedis. The project is being supervised by Architectural Engineering Services Limited. Payment made so far 528,769 Ghana cedis. The project is at the roofing stage. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the Pristia Senior High Technical School, also located in the Western region, the school was established in 1991, a day school and a boarding with a student population of 1,735 people. Let me take it one, Mr. Speaker. It's a day boarding. It's a boarding school, Mr. Speaker, with a student population of 1,735 people, male 988, female 747. The school has a staff strength of 91 teaching staff and 14 non-teaching staff. The construction of the single-story dormitory and the 6-unit classroom block was awarded in August 2019 to Messrs. Masodiak Services Limited at a contract sum of 1,849,592.80 Ghana cedis. The project is being supervised by Tedal Real Property Services Limited. Payment made so far 765,810. The dormitory is at the substructure level and the 6th classroom unit at the completion stage. Mr. Speaker, most of the projects listed have stalled and would need raised revision of the outstanding works. The ministry through GETFA has asked all consultants supervising the implementation of these projects to submit updated costs to completion estimates for these outstanding works. And Mr. Speaker, an observation that we are very concerned about, if you awarded a contract in 2016, 10 years on, 2026, the contract is uncompleted, you necessarily should expect that the cost variations is likely to rise higher. And that has implications for revision of contract. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, is of concern to us. Mr. Speaker, I know that currently the GET Fund allocates 42% of its total budget revenue to support school feeding under the Free Senior High School program. So 42% of it, what will be left for infrastructure, what will be left for tertiary education, and what will be left for basic education. That's why I have advised that we should realign the financing of GET Fund to focus more on basic foundational learning, where literacy and numeracy are important for the future learning success of our people. So, Mr. Speaker, this will be our response to the question. Thank you.
So, Minister, you are saying 42% of GET fund goes to. So, anyway. Yes. Honorable member, any supplementary question?
No supplementary question.
Thank you
Than to
very
thank the
much.
minister very well.
Yes. Honorable member for Efia, I'll give you the opportunity. You are also coming from Western Region. Even though the question appears to be constituency specific, but
yeah, Mr. Speaker, it is for that reason that I rose to seek your view on this now becoming practice of this House, that when a question is asked from a particular constituency, members are not allowed to ask supplementary question because we claim it is constituency specific. I sought the authorization from one of the members, but if you look at Order 89, from 1, 2, 3, read in totality, there is no provision in the supplementary question side that denies a member of this House from asking a supplementary question that is emanating from another constituency. I believe that we only took that practice when we deemed that the questions are too long, and for which reason maybe an arrangement between leadership and the chair would arrive at that conclusion. But it's becoming a matter of a practice, which if leadership and then the speaker does not give clarity, members are always denied the opportunity of making follow-up supplementary questions, even if it is coming from a member's question, which is from a constituency. So I thank you for the opportunity in this instance, because you defer that I'm coming from the Western region. But whether from Western region or not, our standing orders give members the privilege to ask supplementary questions, irrespective of whether it is constituency specific or otherwise. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask a supplementary question, a follow-up question, if you permit me.
Oh, but let me rule on the
yes, please.
Yes, leader.
Yeah, I mean, just to guide the honorable member, if you read Order 89, it says that as soon as a question is answered, any member beginning with the member who asks the question may, without notice, ask a supplementary question for further clarification of any matter of fact on the answer, but the supplementary question shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question. So if you look at it, on the face of it, it doesn't seem to restrict the right to ask supplementary questions. 2 says a member who asks a question may be allowed to ask not more than 3 supplementary questions on the substantive question. And then 3 says any other member may be allowed to ask not more than 2 supplementary questions, except that the majority and minority leaders or co-leaders may each ask not more than 5 supplementary questions on the substantive question. So what you said is right, except that very often the speakers exercise a discretion to manage time. Don't forget that we have a time limit within which we must finish, question time. So we manage it by making those arrangements, but it's not a hard and fact rule that, if it is constituency specific. Because there are some questions that are constituency specific, but they raise issues of national importance, such as the answer that the minister gave regarding technical and vocational education. The minister himself provided room for us to ask a lot of general questions on the financing of technical and vocational education. I really wanted to follow up on those issues, but I restrained myself because of this tradition of constituency-specific questions, because he really put out information there that we could have followed up with some more probing questions and would have had some exciting discussion as a House on that issue. Mr. Speaker, on a day when Ghana has won a match against Panama. You should be more generous with, question time and allowing supplementary questions, because Ghana is now working. Ghana is working, and the results shows that Ghana is working.
Well. I think the majority leader has, in a way, answered your question. But the whole thing is we are trying to manage time. Ordinarily, we are supposed to use 1 hour for questions. Today, if you go through this other paper, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 questions. So if we are not able to manage it, we will degenerate into a lot of issues. So that's why if the question is constituency specific, at times the question may come from constituency, but you see it has a general outlook. That one we may allow other members to ask questions. But if it is specific to the constituency, we just want to manage time so that we can make time for other things. And like he said, the word is may. The word is may. So that is why we try to do that. So please, burden with us.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the guidance.
Thank you. Now, let him go to Atiwa East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister a follow-up question on a statement he made, that 42% of GET funds allocation is spent on school feeding at the senior level. Mr. Speaker, that is good because the students also have to be fed as they go to school. But Mr. Speaker, that is not the core mandate of GET Fund. GET Fund's core mandate is to help in the infrastructure of the schools. I had the opportunity to visit the regions and also to engage the pre-tertiary schools. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, there's an outstanding infrastructure, uncompleted infrastructure to the tune of between 8 to 10 billion. And so that if you take 42% of the allocation for this, which is not their core mandate, you ask yourself, how much do you give to them to complete the uncompleted infrastructure? We can use other sources of revenue to fund this equally good program, but not the monies that should go to GET Fund for infrastructure. So we will plead with the majority leader and the finance minister that as he brings not the mid-year, but the 2027 budget in November, they should look at this and make sure they give GET Fund enough allocation, one, to address the existing uncompleted infrastructure, as well as give the Ministry of Education enough funding to enable them do what is expected of them. So respectfully, I understand that the students will have to be fed, but then that is not the core mandate of GET Fund. We can use other sources of revenue for that. Minister, what is your view on that, please? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity. As you may recall, somewhere 2017, 2018, the previous government, led then by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, introduced the free senior high school to expand access to secondary education. Integral to that policy was the expansion of free compulsory universal basic education to now include secondary education. So Ghana, as a policy, every Ghanaian child growing up must have access to free compulsory universal basic education, which includes secondary education. Transformative. I would give the previous government the credit for it. But the credit of the present government of President Mahama is one, uncapping GET Fund. Under the previous administration, you capped it. So GET Fund never got enough allocation of what it deserved under its 2.5% VAT rate. So subsequent to the uncapping, is a major policy decision of President Mahama that in order that academic calendars are not disrupted for lack of food, lack of payment for it, essential perishables, I want to use Get Fund now to finance feeding under the free senior high school program. That is our government decision, and that we are implementing. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no shortage of food anywhere in any secondary school across the country. But it comes at a price and cost to the mandate of Get Fund to provide for infrastructure. And the focus, as you will recall in our struggle, was to complement, not supplement, government financing of education. But, Mr. Speaker, we want to have free secondary education in Ghana, and therefore we should be able to bear its financial burden. What I have advised again, and best practice everywhere in the world, is for government to invest more in foundational basic education, because when a child gets literacy right, he gets his learning success right into the future. But we are not investing adequately, and it's not just the current government. In the past, for the last 8 years, commensurate investment in infrastructure for free senior high school was not done. Mr. Speaker, that's what inspired us to go to the World Bank to end double track system, because double track comes with an academic consequence: less contact hours, less learning period. Students have to go home earlier than they should. Mr. Speaker, some of and I agree with the chair of the Public Accounts Committee, we can end double track in some schools simply by providing adequate furniture. And some we need to invest in robust infrastructure of classrooms, dormitories, and then laboratories, and then equipping them. So I noted, I just shared this so that when Parliament is reviewing and considering the Get Fund, you'll be guided that we have abandoned financing basic education, which is core and integral to the success of the country's future education needs, in the last decade to focus on free secondary education. You have just 1.6 billion to 2 billion going to basic to tertiary education. Of the 9.6 billion, you have 4.2 billion, Mr. Speaker, going to feeding of students in free senior high school. So when our government then in opposition said we will review free senior high school, there were many who interpreted it as cancellation. We have reviewed it subsequent to the National Education Forum, and the review is happening at 3 areas. 1, infrastructure has to be reviewed. Match the exponential increase in numbers, 1,600 to 4,000. Many schools, they queue to use assembly hall. They queue to use dining hall. That is what has happened in the country in the last 8 years. And we seem determined, Mr. Speaker, to correct it, and we'll correct it. But I couldn't agree more with you that we should look for additional resources to support education generally in Ghana. I thank you.
I hope. Yes. Now, available leader, I'll grant you that.
Thank you. That is my new portfolio, available leader. Mr. Speaker, our respected senior Minister for Education, I think the issue that was raised by Honorable Abdul Sari, for me, is a legitimate one. And I will plead with my senior Education Minister to heed to this very important advice. Because you see, that money should have found a place within his outfit and not even Get Fund. As we speak, the Creative Arts School in my constituency, Kwadaso, has been left unattended to for a very long time. And this money from Get Fund could have been used to complete it. So this is a useful suggestion from her, that let us look at it critically and ensure that such monies for feeding are kept with the Education Ministry and get fund, focusing on what it was established so to do. So, Mr. Minister, I think this is a useful one. Let us think about it and get more monies to complete most of the abandoned schools, and also the lack of furniture in most of our schools. Speaker, but for the Creative Arts School, Mr. Minister, we had discussions over this for a very long time. Let it be done. Let it see the light of day by the end of this year. You know, I trust you. I know that you are capable, and you get it done. Speaker, thank you for indulging me.
Minister, are you responding to it?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, just to note that we will, but to further share that between this year and 2028, under the Star J project, this government will invest 2.5 billion Ghana cedis on education infrastructure for purposes of improving secondary education with the support of the World Bank. Thank you.
Well. So, honorable members, we turn to question 323. 323. And the question stands in the name of a member from Oferikrum, Honorable Michael Kwesi Edu. So, yes, honorable available leader, you may take the question for and on behalf of.
As you have directed, I stand to ask the Minister for Education the status of the no fee stress policy, the total number of beneficiaries to date, the amount spent so far on students, the categories of beneficiaries, the universities these students represent, and the relevant years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, respectful Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Honorable Member for the question. The no fee stress policy is a major transformation social intervention initiative of President Mahama to promote and improve access to tertiary education in Ghana by alleviating the financial burden of students and their families through targeted financial support. The policy was launched successfully 4th July 2025 at the SDA College of Education in Koforidua and is currently active and operational nationwide. As I indicated, Mr. Speaker, to alleviate financial burden of students, Mr. Speaker, I know that members of parliament daily or even weekly pay school fees, so they know the burden, the shoulder that the president has decided to absorb under the no fees policy. Mr. Speaker, the no academic fee policy 2024-25 academic year, 152,698 validated first-year students benefited at a cost of 399,374,727 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, for the 2025 academic year ongoing, 159,750 students have benefited so far at a cost of 489,456,427 Ghana cedis. To date, Mr. Speaker, 312,448 students have been assisted under the no fee stress at a total cost of 888,831,000. Mr. Speaker, this is what we have done to support young people desirous of accessing tertiary education. Our policy remains access, relevance, and quality. For free tertiary education for persons with disability, 2025-2026 academic year, 1,530 persons with disability receive full fee and residential coverage at a total amount of 9,837,000. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that under this government, we are demystifying legal education, and therefore students pursuing law and professional law can now apply for the Student Loan Trust Plus. 1,332 students receive full fee coverage loans paid directly to their institutions. This includes 610 students from the Ghana School of Law, the first of its kind, Mr. Speaker. So the no fee stress initiative have several components. They include the no academic fees policy that I have explained to mitigate the financial burden. So, Mr. Speaker, in the past, we're told that show us one social intervention policy of the NDC and government. President Mahama has appropriately and eloquently responded to this with a no fee stress as a social intervention policy to support young people to have access to higher education. I should thank members of parliament. Many of you pay school fees at first years, and I'm sure even as you walk into the chamber, you are confronted daily that I haven't been able to pay my fees. Help me out. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Nyako, any supplementary question?
I initially didn't have, but per a statement my very good friend Senior made, he has admitted that this is the first time the NDC administration, since it was born, has implemented a social intervention policy. Oh, Mr. Speaker, that was what my very good friend said. And for me, this is a very good policy that I believe will go a long way.
No, now he's available leader, so that's why I will give you the opportunity. So let him finish. Come again. Speak to the microphone.
Speaker, what he says is absolutely incorrect. So we shouldn't even allow him to finish. So please ask your question. I know what you said. So please, you must withdraw that and ask your question.
Honorable Chief
for the
Whip.
records. Speaker.
Honorable Chief Whip,
Yes.
let's be a bit tolerant.
No, we are tolerant.
This is subjective. So that's the way he is thinking. So let's
Mr. Speaker, but these things, they go into the records. They go into the records.
Let's be a bit tolerant.
You must not be encouraged, Mr. Speaker, especially when he's assuming the role as available leadership.
Okay. Honorable Professor.
Mr. Speaker, if I did say anything wrong and he points it out to me, I'll humble myself to, ask you to expunge it. God said that what my senior said. That was why. So if I misunderstood him and you draw my attention to it, I'll yield. And so senior, if you could clarify what you said, so that I'll come back to say that, yes.
Yes, Minister. He's giving you an opportunity to clarify because that is his understanding. That's why I said it's subjective, the way people may also.
You see, Mr. Speaker, there are popular campaign issues that finds expression in the manifestos of political parties. If you take Metro Mass Transport, like it or not, you have to credit President J. Kufuor for Metro Mass Transport. I'm saying on authority that John Dramani Mahama will be remembered for initiating and implementing the no fee stress as a social intervention policy, including the Mahama case and many others. I thank you.
Yes.
Yes, well, I thank Minister for clarifying what I thought he said earlier on. But I want to plead with the minister and the ministry and the government that we should make sure that because it is a no fee stress policy, the idea is that we don't want to put the students under stress when it comes to payment of fees. So if we can ensure that they get the monies early before they start the program, otherwise going to get a loan for you to be reimbursed will still put you under the stress that we don't want them to go through. So this is some suggestion I want to put before the respected former leader, Minister for Education. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, very good advice. Early and timely release of the money, particularly at the beginning of the academic year, September, October, would be more productive than delays in its releases. I've shared same with the Honorable Minister for Finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Efia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, coming from Efia, where we have the Takoradi Technical University, the minister visited some time ago, not long ago. Mr. Speaker, the reality is we have a lot of students currently in school who have not been validated nor had their fees paid to them. And it's a regular concern. Per the data that the minister gave, he didn't give us indication as to the number of students currently in year 1 or year 2, either from the 2024-25 academic year or 2025-26 academic year, which is outstanding, and when they intend to complete the validation and get their fees paid. So I want to find out from the Honorable Minister, what is the ministry doing to pay for those who have still not been validated and those whose fees have not been paid for the 24 and 25 academic year? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I was with the Honorable Member at the Takoradi Technical University, where again, he was there when we gave assurances that into 2027, the GET Fund will make a minimum allocation of 10 million to support each of the technical universities across the country, total 100 million. Mr. Speaker, we would honor that. There is no outstanding obligation in respect of no fee stress for 2024, 2025, 2025, 2026. The Honorable Minister for Finance has made releases adequately to the student loan trusts, which is executing the no fee stress and the free tertiary education for persons with disability. What we do is just authentication. Are you the real student? Are you a student of this particular institution? And more importantly, are you a first-year student? When that is satisfactory, then payment is done. So the Honorable Minister of Finance have made adequate releases to the student loan trust, and they are currently disbursing. Thank you.
Honorable, I've given you one slot. Okay.
Just to tell the Honorable Minister that I would get back to him after I've gotten those concerns, and I'll bring it to your attention. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you, honorable members. So we turn to question 324. Question 324. A member from Akuapem North, Honorable Samuel Awuku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the authority from honorable member and with your kind permission to ask. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Education the steps the ministry is implementing to address the infrastructural deficit inherent in special needs schools in Akuapem North constituency. That's school for the blind and school for the deaf.
Respectfully, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much for the opportunity. The government has decided to, from the 1st of July 2026, implement another social intervention of free education for all persons with special needs and with supportive assistive devices. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, in the GET Fund formula of 2026, an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis was allocated for that purpose. I was in Akropong for their anniversary celebration and will follow up to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, under the Star J program, we have funding to construct 2 special needs education across the country. We are looking at some location in the Kintampo district and one in Ho in the Volta region to benefit from those special needs facilities, whilst we will rehabilitate the Akwapim School, the honorable member have mentioned. I thank you.
Thank you very much. My sister, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No supplementary.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you.
grateful.
Thank you. So, honorable members, we turn to question 397. 397. That is member from Talensi, Honorable Daniel Dun Mahama. Yes, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to ask the Minister of Education, when Borogatanga Senior High School, located in Winkogo, in the Talensi district, be first.
Yes, Minister.
Mike. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Borogatanga Senior High School was founded in 1970 in Zuarungu. The school started with a student population of 75 and a teaching staff strength of 3 with 8 supporting staff at the time. Due to lack of space for expansion, the school in 1976 was relocated to its current located Winkogo, which is its current location. The school currently has a total student population of 2,528 with a teaching staff strength of 176, 52 non-teaching staff. The school, since moving to its current location, does not have a fence wall. Mr. Speaker, the need to construct a fence wall for the school cannot be overemphasized, as the school is open to Bolga Tamale Highway, and therefore it poses danger to students, teachers, and even workers in the area. The ministry will prioritize the project. Subject to the availability of funds, we'll see what we can do to construct the wall. Mr. Speaker, in that area, the conflict in that area has affected even the presence of teachers and has affected the quality of teaching and learning. Therefore, priority will be given to that area if we have some investment to make to expand infrastructure for education in the enclave. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel, any supplementary question?
Oh, I thank the Minister for this quick response. Thank you.
Very well. So, honorable members from Talensi, let's move to Bekwai. Bekwai. Yes, Bekwai. Honorable Ralph Upokwe-Dusai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the authority of the honorable member of Bekwai to ask this question on his behalf. With your leave.
Yes, I've given the general the omnibus permission, so just go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Education what interventions are in place to expand digital learning tools and reliable internet access to public schools in rural and peri-urban areas.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to respond to the question of Honorable Ralph Pokwe, member for Bekwai. The future of education is digital education and building digital skills. The ministry recognizes the significance of the emerging digital age, and therefore teaching and learning across all levels of education and across all segments of our society, be it rural or urban, must benefit from digital education infrastructure. But Mr. Speaker, the truth is that since the early 50s and 70s, our schools were not built anticipating the digital broadband internet infrastructure. It was just bricks and mortar and then a window and a door. Now it's important that into the future, when we are building a school, we make room for internet availability and its connectivity. So the ministry currently has what we call the Center for National Distance Learning and Open Schooling, CENLOS, which is responsible for driving our digital education agenda. In the light of this, I'll be going to Cabinet and subsequent to Parliament for its formal establishment under an Act of Parliament. The ministry, through sign laws, is actively implementing targeted interventions to improve digital literacy among schools in deprived regions, particularly to ensure equitable preparation for the BEC. So, Mr. Speaker, as I announced earlier, currently we are revising curriculum from kindergarten to junior high school, and accordingly we want to introduce electronics, robotics, coding, and artificial intelligence at the basic foundational learning in order that our young learners will be equipped with it at a very tender early age. That is being done, and that will require some financial resources to get it done. I expect that NACA, for which the ranking member for education works so closely with, will complete the revision, submit it for policy consideration, and I'll come back to Parliament for a revised curriculum. Mr. Speaker, one of the objectives of the revised curriculum is to let Ghanaian learners know teamwork and learn patriotic values. You say you want to fight corruption. Ethical values must be taught at the basic foundational learning and matters of financial literacy. We'll introduce all that into the revised curriculum, Mr. Speaker. So we'll work with sign laws to get many of this done. We have the iBox, which was initiated by the previous government, and we currently one laptop per student, which was done for a category and number of teachers. Is also there is a dedicated opportunity for laptop for students at the free senior high school level. I've asked them to elevate the distribution to ensure that every student deserving of it has it, because the curriculum is inbuilt in it. We've zero-rated it, and it's ongoing across the country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Minister for his answer. If the Minister may come back again, we want to have some concrete measures as to how this expansion of digital learning is going to be done in the rural and the peri-urban areas. And from what we've seen in the Ministry of Education, most of the thing is about allocation, and none is being implemented. So we want the minister to tell us how. Because, Mr. Speaker, now digital skills is like literacy and numeracy, which is going to be basic in our learning, whether in TVET education or in grammar education. So we don't want this disparity and the inequality that has existed to continue as a country. Just here, a couple of days ago, we talked about the African child. And these are some of the things that if we don't become conscious and deliberate about it and implement, but just mention figures without committing to it, it won't help. So how would the minister, one, tell us how is he going to do this expansion? Because I've looked at the answer and we don't see the figures. We're just talking about one or two schools, and that is not what we are looking at. And also, what commitment?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that every ministry implements policies and interventions subject to budgetary allocation made available to it. Within those budgetary constraints, we'll prioritize investment in digital education. I've said that we have to revise curriculum. I'm sure the young learners here would have loved to have tablets so that they themselves can begin to use it and learn with it. As a country, we need to invest more on digital education infrastructure. There are many schools in Ghana which are not even connected to electricity, let alone connected to the internet. How are you going to have access? But technology have improved, and there's now what we call offline grades of some of these tablets. They don't need electricity connectivity. They may be able to do it. We have just signed a memorandum of understanding with Google, which was narrowed to language, mother tongue language. And I asked Google to expand it to the 12 official languages of Ghana. And they committed that they will do that. They are working very closely with the University of Ghana and the University of Science and Technology in expanding investment on AI-related technology to facilitate digital learning. So, Mr. Speaker, we will do our best within the constraints of budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we are now moving to Efija Kwabre South on question 421 by Honorable Damata Ama Apienima Salam. But before then, kindly indulge me to acknowledge our visitors at the public gallery. We have Mount Olives Baptist School, They are here being led by Victor Hodonu, who is a teacher, and the school is located in the Adentan constituency, and your number is 50. The second school is Cornerstone Preparatory Vadpo. They are here being led by Stephen Dobre, who is also a teacher, and the school is located in the North Dai constituency, and their number is 63. The third school is in Indalin Montessori School. They are also here being led by Stephen Saba, who is the head teacher, and the school is located in the Abrikuma North constituency, and your number is 44. The last but not the least school is Right to Dream Academy. They are also here being led by Samuel Kweku, who is a teacher, and the school is located in the Sojaman constituency, and your number is 25. All of you here as visitors are students, and incidentally, you have the Minister for Education on the floor answering questions about education. So I believe you are happy to have your minister on the floor answering questions. So you are welcome. We wish you a pleasant stay in Parliament, and we wish you well. Go and study hard so that tomorrow when we are not here, you come and take over from us. So, question 421. Honorable Member for Efija Kwabre South, Honorable Damata Ama Apienima Salam. Honorable, you have the floor now. The Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education what steps the ministry is taking to address the exclusion of Tewu Ghana from University Governing Councils per, in quote, JTEX Tewu TUC only directive, and how the ministry intends to ensure fair dialogue and industrial harmony. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, respectfully, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Honorable Damata for the question, and to respond that I won't accept that there's exclusion. We are implementing legislation, and the Teachers and Educational Workers Union, Tewu Ghana, is a national trade union representing non-teaching personnel in the education sector, affiliated with the Trade Union Congress Ghana. They advocate for fair labor conditions, improve welfare and professional development of education support staff across all institutions of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, what happened was a breakaway of one of the Tewu groups from Tewu TUC. And they now insisting on the right that on the governing council, don't limit it to Tewu TUC, but Tewu Ghana. But once the legislation is not revised, Mr. Speaker, it puts us in a difficulty. What I did as minister was to write to GTEC to give me institutional representation per the law. Then, Mr. Speaker, when I went to the University for Development Studies to inaugurate their council, I was greeted with a major protest by Tewu. And then for Kwame Nkrumah University of Technology, they even embarked on a strike action to protest. Mr. Speaker, I'm advised that the matter is currently before the National Labour Commission for determination, and therefore I would stay further comment on it. In accordance with the directives of the Commission, the Teachers and Educational Workers Union of Ghana have been instructed to engage and work with the National Labour Officer to facilitate the resolution of the matter. We acknowledge the contribution of TEO to the effective administration and smooth running of our public universities. Their role in non-teaching and technical support remains critical to tertiary education delivery. So, Mr. Speaker, my advice is that when we come next, I'll be here. When we come next on any legislation, Parliament should guide us in couching the words who represents that category of workers. For us, we respect freedom of association and will continue to uphold that right of workers. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister mentioned the ministry's engagement with the key stakeholders. I would like to know from the minister that if there are timelines as far as this problem is concerned, or this engagement is concerned.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have the specific legislation here, but Parliament assisted us to pass a new legislation for the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Knowing that this problem existed, Parliament helped us cure it by defining who represents the worker union, both senior staff and junior staff. And into the future, that is the model we would adopt. The difficulty is that once it is in the law, you have to show fidelity and respect to the provisions of the law. They have not been happy with me at all as minister, and they have protested very strongly, and they don't want exclusion. For us, it deepens and betters the government of those universities. For our administration, university councils are significant vehicles for the effective running of those institutions of higher learning. We don't interfere at the ministerial level what happens at the councils of the universities, save they are subject to regulatory oversight by the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no further supplementary.
Thank you, my sister.
I'm grateful to the minister.
Thank you, my sister. So let's turn to question 423. Question 423. A member from Himain Lower Dentura, Honorable Lawrence Ajensam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education when the ministry plans to supply No, he's giving omnibus.
Honorable members, earlier on, when we started, I gave that omnibus bellway, yes. So, Honorable, you may go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Chief Whip is heckling a first-timer. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education when the ministry plans to supply the following schools with student desks, tables, and chairs. 1, Himai Secondary Technical School, and 2, Jukwa
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry acknowledges the challenge of insufficient furniture in many schools across the country, which is affecting teaching and learning, and then the furniture deficit in our basic secondary schools. To facilitate this, Mr. Speaker, the GET Fund currently is undertaking some procurement of furniture, and when that is done, it will be distributed across schools in the country. There is adequate provision in the GET Fund formula for furniture. They've just started the procurement process. I'm sure a warrant for commencement certificate is with the Honorable Minister for Finance, and when that is done, some furniture was procured for 2025, Honorable, and some have been distributed across schools in the country.
Well. Honorable Member, are you having any supplementary question?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's
Mr.
hear
Speaker, I'm happy that the Minister has said that this is a nationwide issue. Can he give us some timelines on this? But it's very, very important.
Minister, can you give timelines?
Mr. Speaker, I only can assure my honorable colleague that Heman Secondary Technical School and Juakwa Secondary Technical School, I've taken note of them and they will be prioritized when the furniture arrive. And I'll relate to him directly to make sure that he relates to the appropriate authority for the schools to benefit from the furniture. But Mr. Speaker, I'm assuring honorable members that government through GET Fund is procuring adequate furniture for distribution this year. I don't control procurement processes. Subject to its completion, when they supply them, we'll engage with members and get them distributed. Many schools across the country are struggling. I've promised the Honorable Ahmed that I'll be visiting a school completed in the Weja Bawe area. Before you do the visit, the furniture must be available so that I can declare it open and functional. And that we will do if the procurement processes are completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, pursuant to your answer, I mean, you acknowledge that this is a nationwide issue. I mean, that's one of my headaches. Schools in my constituency, they are all on me. So if you are prioritizing others, then the priority should be extended to the good people of Omina. Very well. Yes. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to also inform the Minister that whilst he's prioritizing the constituencies, he should remember New North, since we have other issues too. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's now move to Kwadaso. Professor Kinsenyako, you may now take your own question. On question 486.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Education what measures the ministry has implemented to ensure enhanced security in our pre-tertiary schools in the wake of the unfortunate incident that occurred at the St. Louis Senior High School, where 2 students attempted to sneak out of school by hiding in the boot of a car on 30th June 2025. Thank you.
I see. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The Ministry is ensuring the safety and security of students, teachers, and staff in all pre-tertiary educational institutions across the country. Over the years, we have not allowed for financial clearance for the employment of persons in the category of non-teaching staff, the security-related component of it. We are doing a few where 2 students attempted to leave the school premises by hiding in the boot of a vehicle. The ministry wishes to assure the House that a number of security measures are already in place in our schools to safeguard students and maintain discipline. Mr. Speaker, the students who were involved in the indisciplined acts of hiding in a car and smuggling to town were given sanctions based on the code of conduct for learners. We intend to hold a major national conference on stemming out the growing indiscipline in the country. And I'm sure the honorable member, given his standing and stature, will be invited to the conference. We are looking for venue either in Sunyani or Kumasi. We have to engage. If you find a Ghanaian student go to school with a weapon or a knife, Mr. Speaker, that is un-Ghanaian. That is not our training, and that cannot be the training we want these young people to be exposed to. But agreeable that there is growing indiscipline in our school. Mr. Speaker, I share this interesting example. I was taking a walk in Tamale behind the wall of Vitim Secondary School, just taking a walk to my home. I saw a student scale the wall and he fell in front of me by the wall. He didn't need to do that. But many of the schools don't even have the walls. Like my attention was drawn to Boku, as I said, in the conflict area, we have to improve the walling of the schools. You had people attack students because they had easy access to it. But that also, you need financial resources to be able to execute that.
Well, yes. Honorable Professor Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to put the Honorable Minister. These responses are heartwarming, especially the plan to have the National Conference on Indiscipline. And I think that, Minister, there is something that we will encourage you to do. And also the desire to recruit security personnel to man the school. So I don't have any further questions, just to say that these interventions, if we're able to implement them, will help us in promoting discipline in our schools. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From Kwada, so let me now turn to Hohoi. Hohoi, Honorable Thomas Walanyo. Yes, you have the floor now. You may ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Honorable Minister for Education the current status of the completion of the permanent campus for the University of Health and Allied Sciences, UHAS, in Hohwe, and what timeline the ministry is working to ensure the completion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to respond to the Honorable Thomas Walanyo on the University of Health and Allied Sciences, UHAS, located in the Volta region, established by an Act of Parliament in 2011 as Ghana's first public university dedicated solely to education, training, research, and service in the health sciences. Mr. Speaker, the school is doing very, very well. The school was established to address the country's growing need for highly skilled health professionals and to contribute to the improvement of healthcare delivery through innovative teaching, community-based training, and research. Since its establishment, UHAS has expanded its academic programs and infrastructure to support the training of medical, nursing, and public health, and allied health and other health-related professionals. Mr. Speaker, I visited the school, and the road infrastructure to the school is in a very deplorable state. I've subsequently written to the Honorable Minister for Roads, the Honorable Kwame Govers, to look at the road infrastructure generally of all the universities in the country and to consider awarding a contract for improvement in the road network of all our tertiary institutions. I'm sure it's receiving his favorable attention. Mr. Speaker, the attitude of our government, particularly with higher education, is to move away from paper declaration of campuses to investing in infrastructure ahead of the establishment of it. So President Mahama has constituted the Amwaku Nuama Committee, which is looking at expanding public universities across the country. It will advise the president and the ministry as to where a particular university and for what purpose should be located. We are considering establishing the Faculty of Pharmacology in Keita in the Volta region. So our attitude will be to send infrastructure to Keita so that we can have a Faculty of Pharmacology. You didn't do it, we'll do it for them. Thank you.
Belware, yes. Thomas.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
I thank the Honorable Minister, but all what he referred to, yeah, is about Ho. That's the campus, the main campus in Ho. But I'm referring to Hohwe campus. That's the satellite campus of UHAS in Hohwe. Currently, we have a structure on their new site, and the old site, they are just using, Honorable Minister, just 3 classroom blocks. No, not even 3 classroom blocks, 3 classrooms that the entire university is using with a population of 3,200 students. And we have a new campus that is up to about 70% complete. And that's where the question is being asked, not the whole campus, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is very right. Let me focus on Hohoi. At my visit to the school, a slide was presented to me. Work was around 54% complete. We'll get fund to prioritize it and ensure its early completion. I thank you.
Well. I hope, Thomas, you're okay now. You want, or you still have supplementary questions?
Almost.
Okay, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from the minister if there is a dedicated source of fund for the Hohwe UHAS campus, because anytime I go to Fodome, where the school is located, the question the Paramount Chief, asks is whether there is a dedicated, because Get Fund is struggling to complete the school they started in 2013. So we would like to know from the minister if there is a dedicated fund for completion of the UHAS.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, UHAS will receive its fair share of infrastructure through dedicated investment from the GET Fund. It is receiving favorable response from the GET Fund. I was with the Lady Vice Chancellor at a ceremony day before yesterday, and we've had some conversations how to assist her. Mr. Speaker, because of the IMF program, it was difficult for government to source commercial or non-concessionary financing. Part of this university was developed with some Chinese government support. We are seeking to renew that and see what that can do to help the infrastructure. But honorable colleague, be assured that GET Fund will ensure the completion of the Keita. It's not just Hohoi. I was shown 2 areas where work was 54% and then 69% complete. I instructed the council to liaise with me and we'll GET Fund, so the contractor will be returned to site, be assured. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to Takwan Shuayim from Hohoi. So, Honorable Issa Salufu Taylor, you have the floor now on question 539.
Thank you, the right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister of Education how the ministry is addressing the persistent teacher shortages, particularly in rural and mining constituencies such as Takwa and Shuayim. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Honorable Issa Salifu. The Ghana Education Service, the GS Teacher Deployment Norms and Guidelines ensure equitable distribution of teachers for purpose of improved quality education delivery and to promote efficient utilization of human resources across the country. The teacher deployment is guided by principles of equity, need-based allocation, efficiency, and professional relevance. Deployment decisions are based on approved vacancies, staffing gaps, enrollment levels, curriculum demands, and teacher qualification and subject specialization. The North prioritize schools with critical shortages, especially in rural and deprived communities, and focuses on subject areas such as mathematics, ICT, STEM, French, and special education. Teacher allocation also considers approved pupil-teacher ratios, school structure, workload, and timelines demands to ensure balanced staffing across the country. Takwa and Suayem is located in the Takwa and Suayem municipality of the Western region. The constituency has a total of 237 schools comprising of 49 KG, 92 primary schools, 96 junior high school, and a total of 1,078 teachers have been deployed in the constituency. Mr. Speaker, as I reported to this House, our needs across the country will be to recruit up to 50,000 teachers if we are to meet the minimum requirement. I have financial clearance for the recruitment of 7,000 teachers. That is in the process. And Mr. Speaker, those categories that we are recruiting will begin work on the 1st of July. I'll be happy to look at the Takwa and Suayem case, together with Sangule, which is also deprived, Sola in the Savannah area, and then Buaku into the Western North area. So in these applications, we've created room for those deprived regions and districts, but I will do per the clearance that is available to the ministry and the GS. In total, we'll be recruiting plus tertiary education from 1st of July, we should be recruiting 10,000 more, 7,000 teachers, and then a category for non-teaching staff, which will be about 1,000. And then we reserve the other one for the faculty of the universities across the country. We've given some numbers to technical universities, and then to the universities have also gotten some minimum numbers to beef up their faculties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Supplementary question. Mr. Speaker. I wish to ask a supplementary question.
Can you allow me to finish with the owner of the question before I come to you? Yes. Honorable Taylor.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honorable Minister for the response. Could the Minister kindly indicate whether Takwan Suayem constituency has been identified as a beneficiary under the planned recruitment of 7,000 teachers, and what criteria will be used in allocating these teachers to constituencies? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, earlier on, the issue of constituency specific came to the fore. Now, when you look at this particular question, even though the question is coming from Takwa and Suayem, you can see that it has a wider scope. So I will allow other people who are also interested or desirous or having an issue regarding teachers in their district, I will also take those questions from them. So, Honorable Member for Fantiakwa.
Fantiakwa South.
Fantiakwa South, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask the Minister for Education if he would consider supporting myself and my district director, to speak to the landlords of the teachers, of the teachers. In my district, we have 68 teachers who are missing at the basic school. They have been priced out of their households. Rent is now at 700 cedis a month. So we plan to go visit with the landlords and appeal to them that they are performing a patriotic duty, and as such, they should consider them. We wish that someone from the ministry will join us to be able to appeal to these landlords. Thank you.
Very well. That's another dimension. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have taken note of the honorable member's concern. And Mr. Speaker, currently within government, there is ongoing discussion led by the administrator of the Common Fund. I'm sure it's related to one of the questions I'll be answering today on the Teacher Dabre initiative of President Mahama. We intend to provide for 50,000 housing units across the country. Mr. Speaker, the intention is for the district assemblies to own this. And accordingly, the President constituted a committee chaired by the Minister for Education with the Minister for Local Government. We'll be doing a joint cabinet memorandum with the Honorable Minister for Finance to get this running. The idea is that GSOP, which is the pension fund of the Ministry of Education, can be used adequately as collateral to provide for these houses. What we are looking at, Mr. Speaker, is that we should build housing units which will cost 25 to 30,000 for ownership of the teacher, but with an understanding that they will agree that you can do monthly deduction to service the ownership of it. But as I said, this is currently at discussion stage. We will be meeting with the administrator of the District Assembly Common Fund. I've assured them that GSOP will support it. The government of Ghana will provide some money, 250 to 500 million Ghana cedis for housing dedicated to the Teacher Dabre initiative. But your particular matter is urgent. So let's have a conversation beyond this parliamentary question and answer session, and I'll see what support we can give you. Mr. Speaker, I've taken note of the request of honorable members across the aisle that you do need teachers in your constituencies. And I'm engaging the Honorable Minister for Finance to have some understanding to increase the number of clearance he's given us for teachers so that we can manage some of these legitimate, genuine demands of members. I thank you.
Yes, let me go to Afejeto South. Honorable Frank Afriye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, let me use the opportunity to commend the Minister for the giant step within a matter of a year and a half for recruiting about 7,000 teachers. I really wish to ask the Minister with the greatest respect whether he's able to consider another layer to this whole teacher deficit issue. Speaker, that had to do with the unfair distribution of teachers. Even within one district, there are towns that are very resourceful, so every teacher wants to be in that town. And then there are some other villages that no teacher really wants to. I want to find out from the Minister, oh, Jerry. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister if he's in a position to give directive to GES to lessen the requirement for transfer of teachers from one district to another. Indeed, sometimes it takes about a month, 2 or more for a teacher to go for release letter, go for birth cert, go for this and that. If the minister is willing to give directive to GES so that the various district directors can lessen the requirement. Thank you.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, we are aware of the acute shortage of teachers across the country. The President has some thinking, but is subject to its discussion and conclusion. His view is that when the new decentralization policy is adopted, we may consider adjusting the District Assembly Common Fund under Article 252 upwards from 5% to 7.5%. And the present thinking to decentralize recruitment of teachers is that 1% of that 7.5% should be given to the localized education support division of the assemblies because he thinks that the assembly should be those even recruiting teachers and not the headquarters at GES and responsible to them. Then the other 1% in his thinking should go to health. But this is, as I've indicated, is in discussion. But he thinks that even discipline, if a teacher goes wrong, why must he come to headquarters to be disciplined by the GES? So we've taken note of your concern. We'll give those directives. But Mr. Speaker, again, some of these problems are created by our own demands. Members will tell you that I want this person transferred, I want this person moved, I want this secondment to be done. So sometimes it is hard to manage it. But we've taken the particular issue and I engage with honorable members on this matter. As I have said, we have limited clearance for recruitment, but there are sufficient vacancies across the country. Subject to the availability of resources and clearance, we can do more. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Let me go to Honorable Yindam. You've spoken, I'll come back, but let me give the to Honorable Yindam first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Minister, I'm riding on the back of my colleague. We are looking at teacher redistribution and the bureaucracy involved. You get a teacher from Accra who wants to go back to Bandai, but the bureaucracy of getting the person transferred now is so difficult. Is there a way the ministry can soften this policy for teachers who are willing to move from urban areas to the rural areas to teach? And there are schools now too, teachers are overstaffed. But some places too, teachers are not there at all. Maybe what deliberate policy will you take so that there can be some kind of even redistribution of teachers to our various schools? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will direct the Director General of GES accordingly to consider the redistribution of teachers. But the truth also remains that many of the deprived areas remain unattractive, and the concentration is in the urban, peri-urban areas. But I will look at it and see what we can do so that there will be no limitations to those movements, but without compromising their availability. As I said, subject area. For instance, Mr. Speaker, even language. I've had a request from His Royal Highness, the Ghana Chair, about Ghana teachers in Greater Accra region. If you want to encourage the teaching of mother tongue language, then allow them to recruit persons with that background. We are looking at that. So I've taken note of it. I have no hesitation directing the Director General of GES. I'm sure the ministry is taking note. We would go and see if we can revise and adopt a new redistribution policy to address the teacher deficit across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Let him go to Kita.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to find out from the minister, for about 4 years ago, the portal for some municipality and districts were not open for teachers to be recruited, and we were disadvantaged, especially Keta. Now that the minister is going to do some recruitment, I would like to find from him whether there is a plan to actually amend that so that at the end of the day, equity prevails.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, these processes are done openly and transparently. We open the portal across the country and in every district. But Mr. Speaker, within 3 to 4 hours, for a vacancy of 7,000, we had over 49,000 applying. I didn't want to have a crisis how to manage the numbers, so we had to immediately close the numbers at 49,000. so that we can pick the best 7,000 of the over 40,000. But we will take note of the concerns of deprived districts across the country, and we'll do the redistribution accordingly.
Yes. Let me give it to my teacher, my senior. So you sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the answers from the minister. At some point, I had an impression that we don't have adequate teachers, that we are in short of teachers. But what he has said so far suggests that the problem is financial, and that there are a lot of teachers that have applied, but the country and our budget is not able to assist or admit all of them. I want to find out from the minister, having realized this problem, what are the steps that as a country we would adopt to clear these qualified teachers who cannot be assimilated into the system? Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's largely a function of the management of the compensation budget of the Ministry of Finance and the government of Ghana. GES remains the largest employer in Ghana. We have over 360,000 teachers across the country. So any increase in the number is much against our contribution to the overall compensation budget of government. Our attitude as a country has been to train teachers. So you had UCC, University of Education, Winneba, and the teacher training colleges across the country. Mr. Speaker, for 2023, the batch that completed teacher education training were not recruited. 2024 were not recruited. 2025 not recruited. So you have a huge backlog of trained teachers who are not being engaged because of its implications on the compensation budget. So currently, even the 7,000 that we are discussing, the difficulty is what number of the 2023 batch are you taking? And what number of the 2024 batch are you taking? I'm sure my colleague, the Honorable Fojo, who previously was at the Ministry of Education, went through the same stress I'm going through. You can only proceed when you have financial clearance from the Ministry of Finance to engage and recruit. And as I have announced, a new batch of 7,000 will begin work from the 1st of July. Only yesterday, I engaged the Director General of the GES together with the managers of the portal, the system, to see how we get this process going. Every year, you have over 5,000 teachers produced in Ghana, but you don't have the clearance to be able to engage them. But I admit that there is acute shortage of teachers in the country. As I have indicated, our national need and requirement will be to recruit for about 50,000 teachers. I only have clearance for 7,000 and for about 3,000 for the tertiary education space. That we are considering now.
Very well. Yes, my brother, let him hear you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to inquire from the Minister regarding riverine communities. When it comes to Pro East, we have a very huge riverine community. And most of these communities, you post teachers around, and within the next minute, they get themselves out of the place. Is it possible to consider the district where the opportunity will be given to the directorate to rather send people to those communities? Because there are people who school there people who live there and they want to go back to their people to help them. Can we consider such communities? Thank you very much.
Minister, isn't this a practical solution?
Mr. Speaker, it's the legislations we pass. You pass a legislation which gave the mandate to the GES, which is centralized. You have a Director General of GES sitting in Accra at the headquarters with regional directors across the country. For instance, Free Senior High School. Coordinators were appointed for Free Senior High School. I ordinarily would have thought that this could be provided by regional directors and district directors of education instead of a new bureaucracy. But maybe because it was a major policy decision, government decided to create a secretariat for the Free Senior High School. But for all intents and purposes, that is the mandate of the Director General of the GES and regional and district directors. But we are reviewing it, and at the appropriate time, I'll come and make a major policy announcement to this August House. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the concern of our honorable colleague. As I said, there is new thinking that with an adoption of a new decentralization policy, we should get education and health decentralized so that recruitment is done at the district level, discipline at the district level, but it will be a function of whether they have money to be able to do that. And as I shared with you, the thinking of the president is that adjust common fund to 7%, dedicate 1% to health, the other 1% to education, and ask them to be devolved and decentralized at that area. For us, why will a teacher do some wrong in Nandom and you want to bring him to Accra to subject him to disciplinary proceedings at the GES headquarters? We should get that done at the district level. So maybe we'll consider a possible revision of the GES Act, Mr. Speaker, to respond to these contemporary needs.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Finso North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister of Education. According to him, he said government planned to recruit approximately 50,000 teachers and 10,000 on teaching staff in 2025 budget, and that was here in Parliament. And per the data I have from GES alone, not coming to Ghana TV service, just GES alone, they're in need of about 57,590 staff, about 10,050 non-teaching, the rest are teaching. So I would like to ask the minister, has the government abandoned his policy or his promise to the Ghanaian people to conduct a direct recruitment to the teaching service right from the colleges of education? Has that promise to teachers and graduates in this country, automatic posting to GES and TVS service, has it been abandoned by the government? And two, what happened to the 50,000 and 10,000 that was promised in 2025 budget? And lastly, since January 2025, how many teachers have been employed?
Members, I allow him, so the minister can do whatever we all know can do. So those ones he cannot answer, he will be frank with us. So Minister, please, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, the country has evolved and the country has undertaken some far-reaching reforms that will benefit education in the foreseeable future. Mr. Speaker, for instance, what my colleague Che has said, you now have the Commission for Technical and Vocational Education, you now have the GES, and therefore when we are recruiting, we allocate both for TVET and for GES. But there is a difference between need and what I have budgetary approval for. My need is between 50 to 90,000 teachers, but I have clearance for 7,000, and that's what I'm making do with. Thank you.
Honorable members, we spent so much time on this particular question. The minister himself has signaled that I should allow Honorable Intim Fojo to ask questions. So, Honorable Member for Asin South.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the concerns of the minister and the sincerity that as a Minister for Education, you can have your plans, but execution of the employment is subject to financial clearance. Based on that, I want to find out from the minister, has the government now departed from its policy of automatic placement of teachers, as was popularly announced in the manifesto? That is a question. And to also agree with the minister, that particularly when it comes to teachers.
You asked a fantastic question. Allow somebody else to also ask this question. Yes.
And particularly when the minister makes the point about the challenges, peculiar challenges in the mining areas. It is one area we need to have a conversation on. And I want to support what the minister said regarding the challenges in the mining areas. These are areas where the minimum wage for a week is about 4,000 cedis. And then you're sending teachers there whose salaries across the country is not even able to meet a week's earning, the average earning in such areas. So we need to have a more comprehensive, it's not a political discussion, we need to have a more comprehensive discussion on that. But my question on the policy departure, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is no policy departure. What I do know is that in 2023, there was no automatic placement. 2024, there was no automatic placement. I thank you.
So, honorable members, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker.
Education issues are broad, and if we restrict ourselves to this is just one question. I have counted 14 separate supplementary questions. I think we will move on. Asafojo, you just came in, please. Let's move on. So we will turn to question 604. Question 604. Member for Saraga North. Saraga North. Honorable Alaji Alasa Mumuni. Please, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the authority of the honorable member to ask the Minister for Education to the steps the ministry is taking to complete the abandoned E-block at Kwalbi for the establishment of the first ever senior high school for the Salga North constituency of the Northeast Gonja district in the Savannah region. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appeared before this House earlier and indicated that GET Fund was to deploy contractors back to site to many of these uncompleted E-blocks, and Palbe is a beneficiary of it. There are about 27 of it that we are looking at the revised figures, and I'm sure my colleague, the Honorable Mumuni, is aware. I've discussed it with him. In fact, I was on that route to Salaga for a funeral, and sometime when you turn and look at it, even in that corridor, he had a lot of basic school infrastructure that were in very deplorable state, and I took note of that. We'll see what we do to support him in that area. Around that area, Mr. Speaker, we have noticed, for instance, in the solar area, there's no dedicated TVET institution. So under the Star J, Kulmasa will benefit from it as I announced. And then we will look at Palbe to complete the E-block so that they have a functioning senior high school to absorb the population in that area. Mr. Speaker, my attention was also drawn to Yape. Sometimes between Kintampo and Yape, many of the learners have to walk long distances to be able to access secondary education. That is why Get Fund is undertaking some infrastructure development in some junior high schools and some senior high schools. So the Honorable Mumini should be assured that Palabe is receiving government's priority attention. What we want to be able to do is to revise the numbers and subject it to procurement, and they will be completed. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mumini, I hope we don't have any supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we now turn to, from Saraga North, let's come to Offenso South. Offenso South, on question 620, from Dr. Isaac Opoku. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Education when work on the following abandoned project at St. Jerome Senior High School in the Offenso municipality will resume. Science laboratory, boys dormitory, 6-unit classroom block, and administration block. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, that is St. Jerome, eh? Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, I borrow from your pronunciation of Jerome. St. Jerome Senior High School is located at Abofor Offensive Municipality District. Abofor. I would have said Abofor, and then you will laugh at me. So, Mr. Speaker, forgive my. And the Offensive Municipality District in the Ashanti region, the school has a population of 2,364. The school has 2 Get Fund sponsored projects, single-story boys dormitory and 6-unit classroom block. The construction of the single-story boys dormitory block was awarded May 2019 to Measures Constream Limited at the contract sum of 1,4,788,112.35 Ghana cedis. The project is being supervised by Measures Compro Limited. Works on the above project stands at 55% completion, and payment made 395,000 to the contractor. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the 6-unit classroom block was awarded far back August 2016 to Measures Avishai Enterprise at the contract sum of 775,400. So the contractor will not find it attractive to go back to site to get this completed. There are those for which we've asked the consultants to revise them and come back to us for us to re-award those contracts. So, Mr. Speaker, the construction of the Science Laboratory Administration Block project will be revised and re-awarded to ensure that contractors are mobilized back to site. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know from the Minister the time frame for the re-award of the laboratory and the administration block projects.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have to engage with the project management unit of the ministry and then the funding agency of Get Fund. Once I get the buy-in of the two, I'll proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now you take the last question from Manson Kwanta, Honorable Chunibu Akudria. Is it Fuku or Fukuya?
Fuku.
Fuku. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on authority from the member and your permission, I rise to ask the Minister for Education when the Pechi Applied Technology Institute, TVET, would have its boarding facility ready following the completion of the shell structure, which requires furnishing.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are 2 projects. I should thank the Honorable Member for the question. There are 2 projects at the Pechi Applied Technical Institute, the construction of boys and girls dormitory. Project was awarded October 2018 to Measures Di Lorenzo at a contract sum of €5 million. The contract is being supervised by CPM Africa Limited, and payment made stands at 5,135,000 euro. The percentage of work at the boys' dormitory, 90% and 75% of the dormitory is at completion stage. The ministry through its agencies will continue to monitor to ensure that the boarding facilities are completed. Mr. Speaker, I was in Italy, and the government of Italy granted Ghana 5 million euros to support technical and vocational education. Only last week, I wrote to the Honorable Minister for Finance for commencement certificate to activate and ensure the utilization of this money. I would look closely to the Pechi Applied Technical Institute. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was in Kukrantumi for the commissioning of a girls' dormitory built with the support of GIZ of Germany and the European Union. And Mr. Speaker, I was amazed that the bedding facility provided at the St. Paul Technical Institute was built by the students themselves. That is what we should be doing going forward. Mr. Speaker, I'll recognize Che. I'm saying I was at St. Paul's yesterday, and I'm encouraged that the beds that was in those girls' dormitory was built by the students themselves. Yesterday, I assured them of an assembly hall. And as I have said, Mr. Speaker, if Ghana is to succeed in addressing growing unemployment and underemployment, we need to upskill steady, sustainable resources for the TVET space. So I'm considering coming back here with the TVET fund. We need to dedicate more resources into skills training. Many of the young people are not looking for jobs. What they want is, give me a skill. And if you look at many of the workshops and facilities, they are poorly equipped. I was at Burma camp to look at the Armed Forces School, and not in the best of shape. In fact, I entered there with the World Bank, one of the deputy managing directors. The laboratory was an empty shell of a table and chair. How do you expect the student to do well with that facility? So, Honorable Member, the Di Lorenzo Group of Italy, they got support for it. They are currently doing some work in Salaga under our TVET initiative. So I'll engage with them and then come back to you on it. But we have 5 million euro, depending upon what flexibility I have. If you need something to get this completed, we should be able to make additional allocations for that. This is why it's not get fund. I say, you wrote to the Italian government, but we've come to benefit from it as a government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think we will all be in agreement that the minister came here early, right away at 12 o'clock, and he has answered 14 different questions. So, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions from your own colleagues. Minister, you didn't listen to me. You've not been discharged and you are leaving. Minister, you are hereby discharged. Minister, you are discharged. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, as indicated earlier, Honorable Jerry is ready to make a statement on the performance of the Black Stars yesterday. He said he had finished the last paragraph of his statement. It's an urgent statement on a matter of urgent public importance. So notice need not be given. Notice need not be given. Mr. Speaker, I already briefed you.
Honorable Leader, can you do it this way? We have a prepared statement from a member. Then afterwards, we'll give the floor to Honorable Jelly to contribute.
Mr. Speaker, Jerry's voice in this matter is the most important. his voice in this matter is the most important. Because yesterday in this chamber, Jerry told us that the performance of the Black Stars yesterday will give an indication whether this country is working again. He said it in this chamber. He said in this chamber. He said in this chamber that we are going to use the match yesterday as a litmus test of whether this country is now working, whether things are working well. So since we won the match, we got 3 points. We won the match. Many great soccer nations drew, but we won. Some lost. We won. So I want the statement of Honorable Jerry.
So leader.
So, Mr. Speaker, but if you have exercised your discretion to admit other statements so that Jerry can contribute.
Yes. Jerry will definitely contribute.
Yes.
So
now that I've secured your commitment that he will contribute,
yes,
I can take my seat and look forward to his contribution.
I think this announcement was given earlier, so he has prepared enough for the contribution. But let me invite Honorable Dixon Chiledria, a member for Brekum West, to make a statement on Ghana's victory over Panama in our opening match yesterday at the FIFA World Cup. So, Honorable Dixon Chiledria, you may now read your statement. And afterwards, Honorable Jelly, will you make the first comment or the last comment?
Speaker, I definitely will make the last comment.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chile, let's hear you. You have.
Speaker, just by way of a small guide, because we are seeking to abridge time so that we can take the bill, we want to pray that we take the two statements, then we take two contributions, and then we conclude it. Because there's one advertised in the name of the Great Jam, and he's ready. No, on a different one. My renewed friend. Yes.
Well. I also admitted one, but the person is not here, so we can. So, Honorable Chair, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise with profound honor and pride as a Ghanaian first and foremost, and as the representative of the football-loving people of Brekum West constituency, to make a statement on the significance of the Black Stars' victory over Panama in our opening match of the 2026 FIFA World Cup played yesterday in Toronto, Canada. Mr. Speaker, football remains the most powerful unifying force in our nation, regardless of our political affiliations, ethnic background, religious beliefs, social status. Football uniquely brings Ghanaians together under one flag, one anthem, and under one national identity. It is therefore with immense joy and pride that I congratulate the Black Stars on their hard-fought 1-0 victory over Panama in Ghana's opening Group L match at the FIFA World Cup. Mr. Speaker, this victory is significant
for many reasons. It has given Ghana a strong start in what many football pundits have described as one of the toughest groups, featuring the football giants England, the experienced Croatian side, and a determined Panama team. The Black Stars have demonstrated resilience, discipline, and tactical maturity by securing all the 3 points in our opening fixture. Mr. Speaker, football history tells us that opening matches at the FIFA World Cup are often decisive in determining a team's progress in the tournament. Mr. Speaker, this is only the second time that we have won our opening match in our last 5 World Cup appearances. The other opening match victory came far back in 2010 in South Africa, when Ghana began its campaign with a memorable 1-0 win over Serbia. That positive result laid the foundation for our historic journey to the quarterfinals, where we came within a penalty kick of becoming the first African nation to reach the semi-finals of the World Cup. In 2014, Mr. Speaker, Ghana's campaign suffered a setback after a defeat by the United States in our opening match. Despite spirited performance against Germany, we could not recover sufficiently to progress beyond the group stage. Also in 2022, Ghana lost its opening match to Portugal despite an impressive display. Although we later defeated South Korea, the initial setback ultimately affected our chances of qualifying. Mr. Speaker, the lesson from the history is clear. Winning the opening match significantly enhances a team's prospects of advancing to the knockout stage. We Ghanaians have therefore placed ourselves in a very strong position to challenge for qualification from the Group L. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the technical team and the entire playing body for their professionalism and dedication. They carried the hopes and aspirations of over 30 million Ghanaians and delivered a performance that has reignited national confidence and pride. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to recognize the distinguished leadership and the extraordinary support this House has provided for football in general, and specifically for the elite national team, the Black Stars. Ahead of our game against Panama, the Speaker himself demonstrated leadership by mobilizing support from the parliamentary leadership, parliamentarians, parliamentary staff, and the entire Ghanaian public for Black Stars. Indeed, Mr. Speaker sent a delegation from the Select Committee of Youth and Sports to Canada to support the team. As if that were not enough, Mr. Speaker, your very good self sat in the chair yesterday, and major part of parliamentary proceedings was devoted to goodwill messages for the team. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, kindly allow me to commend our own television channel, the Ghana GH Parliament TV, for the excellent job it did in promoting and building support for the Black Stars before this game. I would like to encourage them to do more in our subsequent games against England and Croatia. Mr. Speaker, this victory does not belong to the players and the technical team alone, but also to the millions of Ghanaians at home and abroad who continue to support the Black Stars through difficult and successful times. I commend the government of Ghana, the Minister of Sports and Recreation, the Ghana Football Association, our corporate sponsors, and all stakeholders who contributed to the team's preparation and participation at the tournament. On his part, Mr. Speaker, the Clerk to Parliament, Mr. Ebenezer Huma Jitro, was a delight indeed to watch as he led a morale-boosting Jama in Parliament yesterday. As we celebrate this important victory, we must build on yesterday's performance to reach the next stage. Indeed, the first 15 minutes yesterday, Mr. Speaker, gave many Ghanaians palpitations. The first half was nothing to write home about. However, the team improved markedly in the second half, particularly after tactical substitutions. It is therefore essential to significantly improve on this performance in order to have any realistic chance against England and Croatia. Mr. Speaker, the road ahead is bumpy. Ghana faces England and Croatia, two highly rated teams with World Cup histories. However, Ghana has repeatedly shown that dedication, teamwork, discipline, and national belief can overcome even the strongest opponents. The victory of Panama should therefore be a source of motivation rather than a cause for complacency. The Black Stars must remain focused, maintain their discipline, and continue to approach each match with confidence and determination. Mr. Speaker, football contributes significantly to national development. Beyond entertainment, it promotes social cohesion, creates employment, strengthens national relations, stimulates tourism, and enhances Ghana's global image. Every successful performance by Black Stars elevates the nation's reputation and inspires millions of young people to pursue excellence. As representatives of the people, we have a duty to rally behind our national team. I therefore call on all Ghanaians, regardless of political affiliation or personal differences, to continue supporting the Black Stars as we pursue qualification for the next stage of the competition. On behalf of the good people of Brecun West and of the good people of Ghana, I once again extend congratulations to the Black Stars on this very important victory. May this triumph mark the start of another memorable World Cup journey for Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make this statement.
Thank you very much. So I'll begin with Honorable Staker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to support the statement just made by my honorable brother, MP from the other side, that by the grace of God, by 2029, they will be sitting here. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say first, I echo to the entire management of the Black Star team and the playing body, as well as the state and all stakeholders that contributed immensely towards the excitation, the utility, the pleasure they gave us yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you might have witnessed the running story or the trending story that yesterday prevailed. And that actually stemmed from this very person here, that there were a lot of doubting Thomases, that they were saying that, oh, it's not possible, we couldn't have won, it won't happen. And I told them that, in fact, the media men out there, and I told them that in the Bible, it is emphatically stated clearly without any ambiguity that even if your faith is as small as the mustard seed, you can even command the mountain and it will move. And then one of them said that, but the others also believe in God. And I said that they know the kind of God they believe in. But I believe strongly that with the faith that we have, we're going to do extremely well. I was in the same house with somebody who was against Black Star. And when it was getting to the 90th minute, the person was laughing and very excited. And before God, I said that, God, what is trending, don't disgrace me. And then when they added the minutes, Mr. Speaker, like joke, I was worried. But I saw something, that the second half, I'm sure the angels had descended. We outplayed them. We did so much well. I saw the commitment. I saw the energies of our people. And I saw Ghana. You see Ghana flag, check all the flags in the world. If you have eyes, you see something different. We are peculiar. God loves us. And I was so excited when the goal came. I knelt down and prayed to God that, God, you did not disgrace me. Mr. Speaker, what I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, what I would like to say, even though the task is very Herculean, cumbersome, laborious, involving, tedious, such an appointed time such as this, our God is with us. I believe that if you all have one spirit, if you all begin to believe with one accord and pray hard and have faith and work hard, God is God of impossibilities. Even those things that are impossible, he can do it. But I want to sign this caution. I beg all stakeholders, let us not be complacent. The management body, the referee, the boys, those who are praying, the entire state. Because if you read James 2:26, it talks about James 2:26. It talks about the fact that faith without works is dead. So let us not begin to be sluggish, indolent, and inactive, and begin to be too complacent to the extent that we don't get where we want to get to. I believe if it is in the goodwill of God, with prayer, hard work, and that oneness as a state, because football always unites us. And Ghana here, what has taken us far is our national cohesion. I am saying this because emotionally, I am with the Black Star, and I want each and everyone here to be also with the Black Star. This is about Ghana. This is about our country. This is about one people with one nation and one destiny. Inshallah, we'll get to where we are supposed to get to. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me come to Bolgatanga Sankra. I think it's taking some time that I've given the floor to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the maker of the statement for successfully dealing with the issue of our participation in the World Cup. But, Mr. Speaker, if there's anything at all that brings Ghanaians together, it is always football. And listening to my colleague basically supporting the point that have been made by the maker of the statement gives me the hope that football can always lead the way to unite this country. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what happened last night, you come to no conclusion but to agree that Ghana has always been a slow starter in major international tournaments. Unfortunately, for those occasions when we have started very slow, all Ghanaians have been turned into mathematicians and calculating how we would fare based on the performances of other teams. But the good point is that this time we started slow, but we ended on a high, which gives us a good opportunity going into the subsequent matches
that if we're able to build on the rhythm that we saw towards the latter stage of the game, there's a likelihood that we'll go very far in this tournament. A lot of Ghanaians have been very apprehensive of Ghana's participation in this tournament because our preparations have not been very smooth. We kept losing a couple of matches ahead of the tournament, and if we were to use the tournament's preparation as a yardstick in determining where you end in this tournament, obviously a lot of Ghanaians didn't have much hope based on the performances that have occurred. But a critical observation that have been made is that across the world, Ghanaians are very proud of their country.
Yeah.
In fact, a number of things have happened in the last couple of months that have helped to soften and improve Ghanaians' own patriotism towards their country. Do not belittle what happened in the Zambia when our president was there and how it has affected the national psyche. Again, what happened in South Africa has wakened Ghanaians up and it has affected our psyche. For the first time in this tournament, we saw a football festival in its right senses, where a whole street in Canada was blocked by Ghanaians and people who didn't even know Ghana before joined in the drama that is accustomed to the people of Ghana. I will only want to caution that the win that we have had against Panama, for me, is going to be the least of our competition ahead of us. England will come well prepared, having studied the way we have played in the first match. Croatia would come with their proverbial robustness and tactical competence. But in our coach, we have an experienced coach that has served Alex Ferguson as the assistant manager in Manchester United for so many years. He has since grown to become one of the best in international football coaching, and we made a good decision to bring him at a time that we were facing turbulent times. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that once again, the Black Stars will make us very proud, and we would know that there is a new generation of players that are waiting to achieve stardom. Once again, I want to congratulate the team and to thank the government of Ghana and His Excellency, the President, our traditional leader, the Asantehene Rotunfo, who has been there to support and whip up the sentiments of our team. I hear the government chair is also there. And so our team does not lack motivation. What the Vice President was there, I saw him celebrating when we scored. And clearly, our team doesn't lack motivation. They have been supported. They have been supported by the highest level of our country to do well in this tournament. But I also would like to commend the work that has been done by our ambassador, Asamoah. He is celebrated all over the world, and he has shown that after retiring from football,
thank you very much. Yes, let me give it to the lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to add my voice to the statements. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to congratulate the Ghana Black Star. And Mr. Speaker, yesterday was the first day I saw our Vice President dancing kakalika on the stage. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Black Star will say, yeah. Black Star, oh, yeah. Black Star, oh, say, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You see, what he did for just 1 minute is more than speaking for 1 hour. So let me, okay, Sam, let me deal with my mom first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let us give thanks and glory to the Almighty Allah for what He has done for us. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, before I even left Parliament, I overheard Honorable Bejira going to the extent of praying for the Black Stars, and everybody was involved and very, very enthusiastic about the winning of the Black Stars. You could see the atmosphere was so charged to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, every single Ghanaian, although we are quite aware that in human society you cannot have all of us being in the same boat, there might have been some people who were not interested or even didn't want to, but the Almighty Allah said that even if it is a minute for the game to end, and we all have borne testimony to the fact that the last minutes when nobody believed that it will work for Ghana, the Almighty Allah showed us His power. Mr. Speaker, we need to continue to be united to understand the fact that the win of the Black Star is a win for Ghana. Nobody, and I cannot tell who is an NDC, an MPP, a PNC, a CPP, or whatsoever. I only know that it is a football team meant for Ghana, wearing our colors, ready to die for us. And so we must all pray fervently for them. Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate our Vice President, our President, all Ghanaians, the leaders, the organizers, Parliament especially. Yesterday you could see everybody dancing and singing, hoping and praying. And the Almighty Allah answered our prayers. I want to congratulate all of us and to say that let us continue praying. Let us stop the blame game. There's no need. I refused, Mr. Speaker, to watch the game because I was so frightened. I didn't have the heart at all. Mr. Speaker, I started having this problem when Otto Pfister was the coach. When Otto Pfister disappointed us, I became sick for 2 weeks. I almost died. Then came the almighty loss, and I'm saying this with no any reservations or any insults. When we had the issues of Asamoah Gyan missing the penalty, then, Mr. Speaker, the insults that the mother got, I just looked and I said, what? I give birth to a child, the child helps and works for the nation for all this while, just one mistake and you have to insult this woman. Mr. Speaker, no matter how serious it was. Mr. Speaker, since then, I have never had the heart to watch any football match. Mr. Speaker, let us continue to get united. Let us understand and let us put into prayer and let's urge on. Let us continue to give them that morale boost to make them play better. Congratulations once more to all the Black Stars and Ghanaians all together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to join my colleagues to
congratulate the Ghana Black Stars and to commend the maker of the statement for celebrating the feats of the Black Stars. Indeed, the performance yesterday and the results, the sweet victory we got is testament to the fact that if a nation unites behind a team and a purpose and puts political colors behind, we will definitely achieve our goal. Yesterday was a clear demonstration that not by might, not by power, and not he that willeth or he that runneth, but the Lord that showeth mercy. For anyone that had doubts in the inspiration of the team from the beginning, until the last minute and until the last whistle was blown, you would not be able to predict right. But we thank the team, we thank the technical team, we thank the government, we thank Parliament, the bipartisan support that we rallied behind the team yesterday. All across the country, and even in the diaspora, Ghanaians across the world were cladded and were flaunting the colors, the proud colors of our country. A lot of people that you see in the streets, in their cars, various walks of life, all were cladded in the national team's jersey, including the Parliament of this august house. That goes to show the new spirit, the spirit of patriotism that has been awakened by football. Football unites all of us. Football has a unique power of bringing the country together, bringing us, uniting us, and letting us forget some of our woes, our differences. But I want to point out that getting to the 90th minute, when a new wave of inspiration was sparked, and the young man, Caleb Yonchi, started the onslaught, initiated the attack, and passed it on to Antoine Semenyo, and Antoine Semenyo brilliantly passed it to Thomas Asante. Then the whole country started rising. Hope had been restored because, and then just when brilliantly Thomas Asante passed it on to the young man Caleb, who initiated the attack and finished it completely, brilliantly, all of us were thrown into a state of ecstasy. Midnight, and the whole country was vibrating with joy, with excitement, because the victory we won yesterday was our clear chance of qualifying for the next round. If we had lost that game, our dreams would have ended. But we also don't take for granted the teamwork. And people who thought that our team today may not be as inspiring and started as the team 20 years ago when we made our first appearance at the World Cup stage in Germany, will now be revising their notes. Because a team like Croatia, with all their FIFA rankings and all the big teams that their players are engaged in, are struggling even to earn a point. They lost 4-2. We have the African champion, with the greatest of respect to Senegal, but they failed to secure even a point. They lost. But Ghana has made Africa proud. Black Stars have made Ghanaians proud. And therefore, we all must proudly take portions in this joy. And this must remind us that in much the same way, if we would tone down on the political differences that continually destroy this country, but will unite the political class all the way to the grassroots and unite everybody together, we will be able to go somewhere very far. Yes, last night, when I joined the youth and the community at Ankwaso, where all the are saying about 20 communities are joining Ankwaso, Dama, Inyeresi, Asen Crying, in Swayem, Chichire, all of them together. We forgot who was MPP or NDC. That did not matter to us. We forgot who was Muslim or Christian. That did not matter to us. All of us were united and fixated and focused on victory for Ghana. That spirit should not end when the World Cup season ends. It must always resonate with us so that we all will do something to make Ghanaians proud. In conclusion, I want to commend Caleb Renchi. Just 2019, a few years ago, he was a proud winner of the Ministry of Education's robotics competition. And now the pictures are coming out. And we have a strong policy on STEM, on robotics, which prepared some of these stars, which at the time were very young, but now are rising as global giants. And so let us continue in everything this nation begins, whether it was started by MPP or NDC, And let's provide opportunity to the African child to continue to make us proud. Once again, go Black Stars. This is just the beginning.
Thank you very much, Honorable Reverend Timfojo. So let me come to Honorable Sam George.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday or last night or the early hours of this morning were a fantastic time for all of us. The love is indeed back. The spirit of our nation is restored. And because I come after the presentation made by a reverend minister, and because this Sunday is Father's Day, you know, they celebrate Mother's Day more than Father's Day. But Proverbs 23:24 says that the father of a righteous child,
The father of a
the
righteous
father of a righteous child has great joy. A man who fathers a wise son rejoices in him. And this is because the nation has a righteous man as father. And yesterday, as father of the nation, he did a simple post. Pray for the flag. Go Black Stars. Those were the blessings of a father. And all of us sitting here know what it means when your father blesses you. The blessings of a father are very important. And yesterday, as Ghanaians, irrespective of who we were able to celebrate as a nation. In fact, yesterday, I dare say there was no crime. Because everybody who was supposed to be a criminal was watching the game and was celebrating. And Mr. Speaker, it gives us great confidence to know that as a nation, we can rally around one cause as a people. But Mr. Speaker, let me single out not the playing body, and that is not to belittle the effort of the players. But Mr. Speaker, yesterday was a clear example that what Ghana has lacked in the past few years has been tactical knowledge on our bench. You watch the first half of that game, Mr. Speaker, and the Black Stars seem to be on the ropes. The second half showed the competence of Carlos Queiroz, our coach. The changes he made, the effect it had on the game, that is something that we have lacked. And I'm happy to see that today we have a coach who can change the game mid-game with his tactical formation. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that is something that we saw President Mahama do in the last election, the tactical formation that he changed. But Mr. Speaker, we are excited.
And you are mesmerized.
We are excited that the way John Mahama mesmerized our friends in the MPP, Carlos Queiroz mesmerized the Panama people. But Mr. Speaker, you know, Ghana loves the big boys. We love, when we faced Czech Republic, they were number 2 in the world. When we faced US, they were number 5 in the world, and we made them small. And so tell England that we are coming. As we say in Ghana parlance, Wombae, we are coming. And so let us tell them, we yeah, Black Stars beba. We yeah, Black Stars beba. We yeah, Black Stars beba.
We yeah, Black Stars beba.
Yeah. And to the 3 lions of England, ye din kunim, ye diko, ye besane dibium. Ye din kunim, ye diko, ye besane dibium. And so, Mr. Speaker, we want to say thank you and urge the boys on as we go to face England and Czech Republic. But the blessings of the Father go before England and Croatia. The blessings of the Father is ahead of them, and it will take them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. You have spoken today. Okay, Mumuni, Saraganov.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Miam.
What's your constituency?
Miam constituency.
Miam. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity. I also like to thank the maker of the statement for such a timely and relevant statement. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join honorable members to thank the Black Stars, congratulate them for such a beautiful victory yesterday. Indeed, yesterday's game was a tough one, but the Black Stars held on. They were resilient and finally secured, a sweet victory at the dying minute of the game. It was good. It was good for the country. And then again, Mr. Speaker, like the maker of the statement alluded to, the games ahead are not going to be easy. We have England and we have Croatia. But I know with teamwork, with the same resilience, and then again with commitment, we are going to sail through. England, I know, at least for the game they played yesterday, they are also endowed with at least beautiful talents. But I know Ghana will sail through. Other African countries have done it. We saw the likes of Egypt, held Belgium, almighty Belgium, to a draw game. We saw what Morocco also did against Brazil. So, inshallah, with the confidence we got through yesterday's game, we are going to hold on to the same resiliency, beat England in the next game, follow through to beat Croatia. So I'd like to again thank the Black Stars for a sweet victory, and we pray that inshallah in our next game we are going to win again and make Mother Ghana proud. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm taking 1-1 and I come to leadership. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Because I have a statement coming, I thought I should just use about 2 minutes to also add my voice to my colleagues in congratulating the Black Stars. Mr. Speaker, honestly, yesterday when the T-shirts were being given, I almost gave mine out because I didn't have confidence knowing that most of our star players were not going to make it. But the 90 minutes play, Mr. Speaker, taught me a lot of lessons. In fact, the first 45 minutes, it went as if it was just a community small pool game. Because I didn't see top, like somebody would say. But after the 45 minutes, after the break, I decided to take to social media. And I had some consolation from people who gave me hope that it was going to work. Like my honorable senior Sam George said, there are some lessons that this 90-minute play have taught us. One, had not been the changes that the coach made, I'm sure we're not going to have this goal. And so in every sphere of life, if you want to maintain the same status quo, a lot of times it creates problem. If there's a need for a change, let's change for people to come in with some new energy. This, obviously, that's what we are talking about, reshuffle. Mr. Speaker, the 90-minute play also taught us about teamwork. I call him Semenshia Semenyo. If you have decided to be greedy, we're not going to have the goal. And so we need to teach ourselves, we need to learn teamwork. It is not always that people have to think about scoring the goal and make the name for yourself. If you create it, if you assist. For me, I just learned of the name of the scorer this morning. But for the play of Semenyo, his name is stuck in my mind. So a lot of times, those who contribute to people's success must also be applauded. And I take this opportunity to congratulate Semenyo for creating this goal and making Ghana happy. Now we are praying for the next matches. And that is why I will want to implore on my colleagues not to be too quick in taking credits. immediately you start taking credit, there are people who will start putting their toes on the ground. So you see, at this point, let's be nationalistic. Let's be nationalistic. Let's be nationalistic. Let's all take the credit. After we have finished, you can decide to take the credit. But for now, don't let me mention anybody's name. Let's give the credit to the players. They are on the field. Because you see, if it had not happened, if the goal had not come, and we had started mentioning the names of the minister and others, somebody will ask, was the minister playing? But now people are taking credit. We shouldn't be quick enough to take credit now. Let's take our time.
Thank you.
After everything, we can give credit to those that deserve it. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you. Walanyo, I also give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me join my colleagues to commend the maker of the statement and the entire technical team and the players for a human job they did yesterday. Mr. Speaker, they defended the flag of Ghana. I know yesterday all of us were tense for the 90 minutes until the goal came from our own Caleb. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy the players did not forget the slogan of the great Accra House of Oak, never say die until the bones are rotting. That's why they did what they did yesterday. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the nation was not just united. Families were united. Communities were united. In my constituency, one of the viewing centers, Mr. Speaker, it will be interesting to know, started in Alavanyo because of the problem between Alavanyo and Nkonya years. The families did not see each other. But yesterday, around 11 o'clock, we have families moving from Nkonya to Alavanyo to watch the match. Mr. Speaker, another incident happened in one of the viewing centers. A man who divorced his wife for 4 years hugged the wife at the viewing center. And this morning, Mr. Speaker, we were told that the woman was found sweeping the former husband. This is what yesterday's match has done to our country. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, in Numbers chapter 13, when Moses sent the 12 spies to go and survey the promised land. Numbers chapter 13. Mr. Speaker, this was what happened. He said 10 of the spies came back, feared, and reported that the city that they went to survey is made up of giants, people that they are afraid of. 10 of the spies. But 2 of them, that's Caleb and Joshua. Caleb, emphasis on Caleb, who scored the goal for us. And Joshua came out to give hope to the and that was exactly what happened yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Walanyo. Let him now come to Honorable Jerry, who's so Honorable Jerry. Yesterday, you remember that when we were making the motion to adjourn the House. Honorable Majority Leader and the Chief, we wanted to continue with the bill. But my part said the game we are going to have is spiritual. So we shouldn't just dilute the spiritual exercise we've undertaken yesterday. And I believe that's what we are coming to continue. So let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the maker of the statement for bringing to the fore the game that was played yesterday by the Black Stars. Mr. Speaker, I indicated yesterday that football has become the rallying point for Ghanaians. It brings us together irrespective of which party you belong to. Save that there are people who do not want to depart from that. They still want to use football for politics. Mr. Speaker, it is still my prayer that what I said yesterday the Ghanaian people would know that it is key that people have their hearts invested in the game of football anytime Black Stars are playing. Mr. Speaker, and I want to quote once again what President John Dramani Mahama said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "Nothing is working in this country. Everything has gone haywire, and it has even affected the Black Stars. The Black Stars have always been the Black Stars. I mean, we have all been proud of the Black Stars, and you can count on them to score when it matters. Today, look at the Black Stars. So sad. Yes, yesterday the Black Stars scored, Mr. Speaker, and they scored at the 94th minute. Mr. Speaker, you and I know that the goal that was scored yesterday was not a reflection of the efforts of the team. It was not. We played poorly, and our toughest games are ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, we celebrate mediocrity in this country. Mr. Speaker, we need to stop the celebration of mediocrity. When people are not playing well, we must be bold enough to tell them they are not playing well. Speaker, 68% of ball possession was with the Panama team. 32% was credited to the Ghana team. Mr. Speaker, the first half was practically played in our 18. Mr. Speaker, to the extent our goalkeeper, Atazigi, got injured and had to be taken out. Thank you very much. Atizigi, thank you very much, Minister of Communications. And our goalkeeper, Atizigi, got injured. I'm used to the Kolegono goalkeeper. Yes, I play football with him. I'm not sure of Atizigi. That the president promised that 99.9% of the team was going to be made of local blasters. I can show you as part of the videos. I have it here. Mr. Speaker, if he is doubting me, he's the Minister of Communications. You can see. Yes. Oh, Speaker, if you grant me the permission, I can share the video. And it can be played on the screen. That the president said that you need the Black Stars to be formed from the local team. And that, well, if you are talking about a percentage, please, when you were talking, I didn't. You can challenge it when you have, if you have you can come under point of information or elucidation and challenge that. Mr. Speaker, we need to, as Ghanaians, stop being mediocre. We need to be frontal with issues. You and I know, and I do not know if you actually watched the game, but we did not play well. And against the backdrop that the president has said that even when you have leadership that is failing, and that can be a basis for a whole country to fail because Blaster is not playing well, we should learn to depart from politics when it has to do with football. And it is an observation, it is a warning, it is an advice to all of us that let us get people to rally behind the Black Stars because it is our team. It is not for a particular political party. So when the Black Stars are doing well, we should all be excited that they are doing well. When they are not doing well, we should be praying as to how to get the right technical men and women to support them to do better. If you play and at the 94th minute you scored a goal and you played badly, you should know that there are 2 major matches ahead of you.
Thank you very much. No. We've gone past that. Leader. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement made by our honorable colleague. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to football, Football unites us. Football brings joy, and football projects our nation. Especially when you listen to some of the foreign journalists, when they speak about Ghana, what they say is they remember maybe Asamoah Gyan, they remember some of our good players, Abedi Pele and co. So you can see that the football projects our nation. The Speaker, yesterday, we have shown that we are Ghanaians, and we are Ghanaians before politics, because the whole nation rallied behind the Black Stars, and we united to support them. Mr. Speaker, the players should see themselves above every team that they will meet at the World Cup. They should see England as our colonial masters who have trained us. And anybody you train the person should perform better than you. So they should perform better than them as we are getting ready to meet them. They should just make them small on Tuesday. Mr. Speaker, they should work as a team. Nobody should be claiming, I want to take this credit. Work as a team and deliver. We don't want to hear they are skillful and you play 90 minutes without goal. If you are not skillful, all we need is goal. Just put the ball in the net for us to jubilate. 35 million Ghanaians are relying on them to jubilate and to be happy. They should bring back the love for football again. We should see them at the quarterfinals. And we'll still pray for them to bring the cup back to Ghana. Mr. Speaker, they shouldn't take what we are saying for granted. They should just make Ghana proud. That's all we want to hear from them. And all we want to see is goal, but not skillful, not who pass the ball here and pass the ball. No. We want to see them scoring so that we all jubilate and be happy once again as Ghanaians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we are left with two statements. But before we do that, let me acknowledge the second batch of our students at the public gallery. We have Sedriase KKMA Primary, they are here being led by Dennis Mensah, who is the assistant headmaster, and the school is located in the Pond Katamanso constituency. Their number is 65. And the second group is UHAS Basic School. UHAS Basic School. They are also here being led by Godfred Azima, who is the head of department, and the school is located in the whole constituency. And their number is also 65. You are welcome. We wish you a pleasant stay, and we pray that whatever you are monitoring here will urge you to study hard, so that tomorrow you can also come and take our place when we are not around. You are welcome once again. So we take the second statement. And the second statement is on sickle cell and it's from a member for Akemoda constituency. So this one, we will read this one as well as Honorable Member. Your statement, I don't have it here, so that is why I couldn't. We will read them together. Then
Speaker, you don't know my name. You're supposed to know my name by now.
Mr. Honorable Lifeman. Yes. So, Sharp, we will read your statement as well as Honorable Aqua together. Then we will take the commentary together. Then we'll move on to do some few clauses on the bill. So, Honorable Kwesi-Aqua, let's
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to make a statement that commemorates the World Sickle Cell Day, which is tomorrow, under the theme, Closing the Survival Gap, Equity in Sickle Cell Disease. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the many warriors, their families, and caregivers battling this catastrophic blood disorder, I thank you for the opportunity to make this urgent call to action. Honorable Speaker, I rise to share familiar stories we may have experienced throughout our lifetime at our homes, schools, villages, communities, places of worship, health facilities, and here in our offices and within our constituencies. I speak of accounts of babies, infants, and children succumbing to devastating illness that brings upon them very severe anemia, painfully swollen hands and feet, eyes that glow with a yellow tint, dark, cola-colored urine, and even stroke that maims and kills. And then there are narratives that were remembered among the young and old about those who escaped these premature deaths. I'm sure we all remember statements like, Nkrabia, he won't live beyond 18 years, 25 if he is lucky. Unfortunately, too many people continue to be stigmatized and judged because of this disease. Indeed, honorable members, sickle cell disease, or SCD, is a catastrophic genetic blood disorder that kills, maims, and impoverishes affected individuals and families. Honorable Speaker, about 8 million Ghanaians are carriers of an abnormal hemoglobin gene called the sickle cell gene. Here on the floor of Parliament, every fourth person may be a carrier with the potential of passing the gene on to our unborn children. In Ghana, about 2 out of 100 newborns have sickle cell disease. The sickle cell disease gene is common in Ghana, where the malaria parasite also thrives. Across all Ghanaian dialects, there's a local name for this devastating blood disorder that is notorious for causing excruciating physical, mental, and even financial pain. Mr. Speaker, for example, the girls refer to it as Nyunyi in Fanti, Nududui in Ewe, and then Ahututio in Chi. We know this disease very well, yet global and international efforts to manage it, let alone eliminate it, are not commensurate with the devastation it causes. Mr. Speaker, over the past century, there have been fewer than 5 disease-modifying therapies for this catastrophic blood disorder, which can be efficiently managed through early detection, through newborn screening, that is popularly known as MBS. MBS is a life-saving intervention that is not universally accessible in countries in the global south with the highest burden of the disease, including Ghana. Sub-Saharan Africa accounts for nearly 80% of global cases. In 2021, there were 515,000 new births and an estimated 7.74 million people living with the sickle cell disease globally. The most vulnerable population is African children under 5 years, in whom 50 to 90% of sickle cell disease-related deaths occur, sometimes with children dying undiagnosed. The rising global burden of sickle cell disease underscores the urgent need for action through sustainable local, national, and international collaborative partnerships that strengthen health systems and respond to the acute and chronic physical and mental well-being of all SCD warriors and their families. We have the tools now to diagnose and detect early any acute and chronic debilitating physical and mental complications of SCD. We have a better understanding of how to manage better and now cure this chronic non-NCD with safe blood transfusion and cost-effective disease-modifying treatments such as hydroxyurea. However, we are running out of time and need to expedite efforts to achieve the SDGs by 2030. The Speaker, sickle cell disease remains a significant driver of health inequalities and an obstacle to achieving the SDGs. All local and transformational efforts to address the global sickle cell disease burden, which primarily affects low-income, vulnerable population, may help us move closer to achieving the SDGs. This demands sustainable, collaborative, local, and international partnership through interdisciplinary, holistic, preventive, rehabilitative, and restorative and mental health measures across continents. Eventually, health system strengthening and sustainable funding are needed to mitigate the social, economic, and political determinants that threaten to widen the existing inequalities. The recent announcement made during the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly were reassuring, emphasizing the urgent need for sustainable collaborative actions to bridge the global SCD equity gaps. Honorable Speaker, it is undeniable that sickle cell disease causes life-threatening complications affecting every organ in the body, from the head to the feet. Typically, children and adults with sickle cell anemia experience excruciating bone pain, anemia, and infections. Fortunately, there are several proven interventions targeted at early diagnosis, which cost-effective tests that turn around accurate results within minutes, while there are cures, including bone marrow and gene therapies that are practically inaccessible in Ghana due to their cost and the logistics required to implement them. Mr. Speaker, the most impactful intervention at this time is the nationwide implementation of hydroxyurea theory for nearly all patients with sickle cell disease. Mr. Speaker, HU, as it's popularly called, an old anti-cancer medicine, has been approved by the United States Food and Drug Administration since 1998 for the treatment of sickle cell disease in adults, and subsequently in children aged 9 months and older. Several sub-Saharan African studies have also shown that these interventions are feasible, safe, and cost-effective in reducing typical bone pain, recurrent hospitalizations, the need for blood transfusions, and acute chest episodes. Therefore, the consistent benefits of one daily oral HU have been demonstrated across the lifespan in the global north and south. A public-private partnership between the Ghana government and Novartis in Ghana that happened in 2018 successfully piloted HU therapy for sickle cell disease across 21 districts, regional and teaching hospitals under the Ahojo program. Subsequently, HU was included in the National Health Insurance Scheme in 2022. HU access under the NHIS is currently restricted to about 20 NHI credentialed hospitals in 8 regions, including only 6 of the 21 Ahunjo affiliated facilities with specialist prescribers. This urban centralization creates a significant barrier for rural patients with sickle cell disease. The resulting travel burden forces a difficult trade-off, leading to lost income for adult caregivers and diminished school attendance for children. The underserved hospitals incur avoidable healthcare costs for recurrent hospitalizations, treatment of recurrent sickle cell disease crisis, and blood transfusions, which HU effectively prevents. Mr. Speaker, like Uganda, which has decentralized the safe utilization of HU for sickle cell warriors in their country, we need to urgently put in place measures to reap the full benefits. Therefore, to achieve true universal coverage of HU utilization for sickle cell disease, it is clear what we must do. As 2030 beckons for the achievement of the SDGs, let us facilitate measures to 1. Declassify HU as a specialist medicine and integrate it into the standard NHIS benefits list. Decentralize the prescriptions of HU and non-specialist prescribers in tertiary, regional, and district hospitals. Improve HU forecasting and procurement by including the global platform for access to childhood cancer medicines. 4, simplify the guidelines into national one-page as posters and reminders. 5, develop a network of specialists for consultation and supportive supervision. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I appeal to the public to show deeper compassion and sympathy toward those living with sickle cell disease and their families. We must eliminate derogatory and stigmatization language from our vocabulary. These individuals possess unique identities, strength, and talents. They are warriors, not sicklers. To our dedicated healthcare providers, I urge you to treat our warriors with utmost urgency and empathy. This is especially critical during the rainy season when emergency departments set a rise of painful sickle cell crisis. Please ensure every patient is offered and assisted in assessing HU. Furthermore, I call upon hospital administrators to strictly implement government policy recommendations, ensuring that HU is fully accessible under the NHIS benefit list for all sickle cell warriors. We can now improve the survival, quality of life, and economic productivity of Nkrabia today while preparing the tomorrow's Nkrabia. We have tools, expertise, systems, and knowledge to achieve equity in sickle cell disease care across the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Well, let me as well listen to Lifeman, Honorable Joseph Apia-Boateng. You may read your statement as well, so that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My statement is supposed to be on Friday. I'm supposed to take it on Friday, but it was delayed. So it's better late than never. So I'll do it. Honorable Speaker, my statement is on the World's Day Against Child Labor. The theme is Red Card to Child Labor, Fair Play for Children, Decent Work for Adults. Mr. Speaker, economic hardship places immense pressure on families across the world, with children often pay the highest price through the loss of their safety, education, dignity, and childhood. It's also against this backdrop that I rise to commemorate this year's Child Day Against Child Labor, observing on the 12th of June 2026 under the theme Red Card to Child Labor, Fair Play for Children, Decent Work for Adults. This year's theme called for collective action to end the exploitation of children and safeguard their rights, education, and future. Child labor, which involves work that is harmful to a child's physical, mental, moral, or social development, remains one of the gravest violations of children's rights and a major challenge to national development. Mr. Speaker, according to the 2024 global estimate on child labor by the International Labour Organization, 138 million children worldwide, representing 7.8% of all children, are engaged in child labor, including nearly 54 million, that's 3.1% in hazardous work. In sub-Saharan Africa, child labor prevalence remains high at 21.5%, and despite recent progress, rapid population growth has kept the total number of affected children largely unchanged over the past 4 years. In Ghana, despite notable progress through legislative reforms, policy interventions, and social protection programs, child labor remains prevalent in sectors such as agriculture, fishing, mining, street hawking, and domestic work. According to the International Labour Organization findings from the 2017-2018 Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey revealed that approximately 2.5 million Ghanaian children, representing 28% of those aged 5 to 17, were engaged in child labor. These figures underscore the reality that many children continue to have their education, safety, dignity, and future opportunity compromised by poverty and economic hardship. Mr. Speaker, child labor in Ghana manifests in various forms, including trafficking, forced labor, and commercial sexual exploitation, hazardous work in sectors such as mining, fishing, quarrying, and agriculture, and exploitative labor through street hawking, domestic work, and other informal activities. Recent cases from the Volta Lake and Galamsey communities continue to highlight the vulnerability of children to dangerous and exploitative working conditions, whilst the growing presence of children, including disabled and internally displaced children, on the streets, underscore the socioeconomic pressure facing many households and the need for stronger child protection institutions. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has demonstrated its commitment to eliminating child labor through the enactment of key legislations, including Children Act 1998, Act 560, the Labor Act 2003, Act 651, and the Human Trafficking Act 2005, Act 694, as well as the adoption of major international and regional instruments such as ILO Worst Form of Child Labor Convention number 182, and the commitments have been reinforced through initiatives such as the National Platform of Action for Eliminating Human Trafficking, the National Child Labor Strategic Framework, Child Labor Free Zones, Cocoa Board Sector Partnership, the Ghana Child Labor Monitoring System, and social protection programs such as FCUBE and LEAP aim at preventing child labor and supporting vulnerable children and families. Mr. Speaker, despite this effort, significant challenges continue to undermine progress in the fight against child labor, poverty, unemployment, rising living costs, limited educational opportunity, family instability, weak social protection system, harmful social norms, and enforcement gap continue to place children at risk. For many vulnerable families, child labor remains a means of survival rather than a choice. Consequently, countless children are denied their right to education, exposed to dangerous and exploitative work, and robbed of their opportunity to reach their full potentials. These challenges are further compounded by inadequate resources for child protection institutions, limited rehabilitation facilities, and persistent data gaps. If left unaddressed, they will continue to perpetuate a cycle of poverty and vulnerability from one generation to the next. Mr. Speaker, child labor is therefore not merely a legal issue, but a reflection of broader socioeconomic inequalities. If we are to eliminate it, we must address its root causes through targeted social intervention, quality education, youth employment opportunities, and stronger protection for vulnerable families. As members of Parliament, we must strengthen oversight of child protection institutions, support community sensitization efforts, increase investment in education, social welfare, and rehabilitation services, and improve data collection to ensure well-informed, evidence-based, and targeted policy interventions. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, every child deserves the opportunity to learn in a classroom rather than labor in hazardous conditions. Every child deserves protection, dignity, and freedom to dream and achieve their full potential. I therefore call on this august House, relevant state institutions, civil society organizations, traditional authorities, parents, and all citizens to renew our collective commitment towards ending child labor in all its forms and building a Ghana where every child is safe, educated, and empowered. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I'm taking just one comment from here, another one from here. It's either on the first statement, which is on sickle cell, or on the child labor. 1-1. Yes. Millicent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me to comment on the statement ably made by my chairman of the Labour Committee on the child labor issue rising. Mr. Speaker, according to the statement, the 2024 global estimate on child labor by the International Labour Organization indicates 138 million children worldwide, which represents 7.8% of all children who are engaged in child labor. Mr. Speaker, it tells us it's very alarming and something that we have to really take much key attention to it so that we can eradicate this issue that is rising throughout the international community, which Ghana is also part of it. Mr. Speaker, in his statement, he clearly stated that despite the notable progress through the legislative reform, policy interventions, social protection programs, we are still facing this high rate of child labor through some sectors such as agriculture, farming, mining, and some domestic work as well. One thing we should be asking ourselves is, what is the root cause of this menace? And Mr. Speaker, I will clearly indicate and state that it's economic hardship. Poverty is one of the causes that gets kids or our children into this child labor, as well as the widespread, this financial hardship, and it's something we have to look at. Again, one of the causes can also be discrimination, that is unequal social guidance. So that is, Mr. Speaker, you would realize that some of our family members who feel that they are in so much hardship will now take their children to stay with other parents, and by the time you realize some discrimination among kids, they deny them also access to education and also get them into doing things that at their age they are not supposed to be engaging in. And so it's to us as stakeholders to make sure that I would appeal to the government to continue to enhance and encourage him in terms of the policy making. But Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement clearly stated that there has been a huge demonstration in the commitment of eliminating the child labor through the enactment of the key legislation. But still, these menaces are still happening. And so I would ask my colleagues that let us be practical about this work. Practical in solving child labor. That is, wherever these institutions are, we have our leaders, either appointees or some leaders that we can collaborate and engage with. So, where do you find kids working in agriculture? It is in our constituencies. And we have assembly that takes care and assists in the constituencies. So we get the agric director in charge there who have its own, directors that will be going around, or officers, agric officers that will be going around. They should make sure that when they find kids or a child underage between the age of 5 to 17 years, they should report and get them to put a stop to that act. Again, when we find or we talk about mining sectors, we still have our local leaders over there, teachers as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I would say that much also depends on us as parents and leaders. We brought the case on this earth, and we should take it up. It is not about the book. It's about the practical work. We have to make sure we put in measures, and also the security agencies that have to put justice into place should do that. And I believe that with that, we will find a better way in solving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'll take the last one. If there's nobody here, then I'll take Kintampo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful, and to the maker of the statement for this laudable decision. Mr. Speaker, I have been attending programs a lot, human rights programs, educational programs, and what have you. And annually we are talking of child labor, child labor, child labor. Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ today a bit. Can we begin to relook at the causes of child labor well as a nation and beyond? I take myself, for example, Mr. Speaker. I was very young when my mother and my father had separation. I was moved to my senior father at a community called Asantequa in the Kintampo North Municipality. My senior father was a young farmer. He never forced me to start using the hoe. But at a point, I was gingered up on my own to tell them that I wanted to farm. And he permitted it at a point. Mr. Speaker, the end result about this is that at my secondary school, during economic recovery program, my father was affected. I didn't have money to continue. But because I knew how to use the hoe already, I used to tell our assistant headmaster, who used to farm, that anytime he plowed, his 2 acres farm, he should never give it to Bade people. And Mr. Speaker, to put it on record, I used to be able to farm 1 acre every 3 days to claim the money to support myself in education. The speaker himself, the Speaker of Parliament, one day he told me, he said, look, they used to move from Upper West through to Kintampo to other places to do what they call jong. In Dagari, they go to collect by day. Honorable Chiwite is just seated there. That is how they all grew up, in learning how to farm. We should begin to look at some of these figures. If not, the international community will continue to throw figures at us and will leave our culture away, follow their figures just for following sake. I joined the Ever people on the Bamboy River. I did what they call Gbadodo. I was a very young boy in primary school. We go in the night at the river and do what we call harrow That's how I can speak ever. At that point, if somebody saw me, the fellow would say I was doing child labor. But indeed, that wasn't child labor. I used to do it the next day, get money for school. And today, I am blessed to be here. For me, I'm beginning to think that we do statements, yes, that is the right thing to do, but we should begin to look at these statements and the figures that the international community and NGOs are championing for us. My last one, Mr. Speaker. I was at a human rights program. They came out with a woman, a pregnant woman, with a child going to the farm. The mother was carrying firewood, and the child was holding the cutlass. For all you know, in that community, the senior brothers who can walk some 2 kilometers to the nearest education facility, they were in school. Should the woman leave the small child in the house alone without walking with her to the farm until he gets to the stage where he can also follow the brothers? Lack of educational facility. So if an NGO come to this community and see this and come and tell me that and write that fellow's name, that the fellow is child labor, the every man send the child to the river to know how to fish so that in future he can survive on his own, then we say it's child labor. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure we need to begin to look at some of these figures again. And culturally, let them know this is how we'll bring up our children. Yensan Kofa to wait, let's go back to our root. In Accra, if you go to Circle, it is flooded with people under the bridge, the overhead. Once in a while, they come to some of us to Bergman. I tell them, where are you from? Uko Kuruma, Abe, Koshas, San Kofi. Don't sit in Accra to wait. Don't be here begging. Very able-bodied guys are using this to wipe cars. They wipe the moment you are parking, Tema Road or wherever. They bring this ash foam and things and try to wipe your.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member for Kintampo, for taking another angle of the discussion. Of course, all of us went through some of these things, so I'm inclined to also go with him. So, honourable members, we bring statement to a close. We will now move to the bill. So I will invite the first Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Anyway, let's move on. So whilst he gets ready. So Community Service Bill 2026 at a consideration stage. So, honorable members, I think the last time we were considering, we did up to 39. 39. So we'll be moving to cross 40.
Honourable members, Community Service Bill at consideration stage, starting from page 14. Proposed new clause standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Komina Apanyomakin. Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed.
Speaker, which of the proposals are you looking at, please?
At page 14.
Yes.
Yes.
Speaker, I move on behalf of the Osayin Alexander Kwamina Afenyomakin, clause 1, after clause 39, the amendment proposed is as follows. After clause 39, add the following new clause. 1. In exercising its discretion under section 39, a court shall be guided by a presumption in favor of a community service order where a convicted person is a first-time offender, a person with primary caregiving responsibilities for a minor child or a dependent adult, a young person between the ages of 18 and 25 years, or a person with a certified medical or mental health condition that makes custodial sentencing disproportionate. Speaker, 2, where a court decides not to make a community service order in respect of a person falling within subsection 1, the court shall state its reasons on the record. I so move. Thank you.
Yes, before giving the floor to the chairman of the committee, I would want to say that when the amendments are exceeding certain number of lines, you just indicate as captured by page so and so of the order paper.
Speaker, I'm very well guided. So,
yes.
as captured by page 14.
Yes, that's the proposed amendment, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, chairman of the committee. Yeah, when it exceeds 4 lines.
Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to the proposed amendment which stands in the name of the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, if you read clause 43, and even clause 44 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, would find that everything, all the, matters raised in the proposed amendment have been well dealt with. So, for instance, you take the 3rd line of the proposed amendment, which talks about a convicted person is a first-time offender, a person with primary caregiving responsibilities, and then it goes on and talks about a person with a certified medical or mental health condition. Mr. Speaker, you find all these things captured in 43, 1, A, I. And 43, simply, Mr. Speaker, the heading is Social Inquiry Report. It reads as follows: where a court determines that the community service order should be made under section 45, the court shall, before making the order, direct, Mr. Speaker, with amended probation officer, so community service officer, to conduct a social inquiry into I, circumstances of the case, I, character and antecedents of the convicted person,
So what the circumstances of the case and the character and antecedents of the convicted person would include issues to do with whether or not the convicted person is a first-time offender, is a primary health care giver, and so on and so forth. The comprehensive social inquiry report would usually cover all those things outlined in the proposed amendment. As for the II, it actually talks about health status of the person. Mr. Speaker will find that the amendment seeks to say, or a person with a certified medical or mental health condition. This comes under III. So, Mr. Speaker, if you read the bill as a whole, you find that this proposed amendment is unnecessary. And therefore, I would urge that the said amendment be abandoned forthwith.
Yes, Honorable Tim Fojo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The proposed amendment is very, very important to stay because it provides clarity, specific circumstances, which Section 43 or Clause 43A and B do not sufficiently provide for. Because Clause 43A only talks about the circumstances of the case, the character, antecedents of the convicted person, the health status of the person. But this amendment goes to detail the specifics. Yes, we are leaving the discretion of community sentencing at the discretion of the judge. But it is important that we also provide the specific circumstances which must guide the judge presiding. And here clearly, in exercising its discretion, under 39, a court shall be guided by a presumption in favor of a community service order where a convicted person, 1, specifically a first-time offender, 2, a person with primary caregiving responsibilities, 4, a minor child or a dependent adult or a young person between the ages of 18 and 25 years or a person with a certified medical or mental health condition. So here the health condition has even further, there's a new dimension has been introduced, which is the mental health of the offender. So this is a more encompassing, more specific bill. That, Mr. Speaker, as we always take your popular guidance, that in crafting, you need to be as specific as possible on exactly what you are legislating. So in that principle, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the House to adopt the rendition.
Yes, with all due respect, can we look at the rendition as against Clause 44 of the bill, which set out the conditions for making community service order? It specifically spelled out the condition based on which the court will grant a community service order. And we want to do away with this to accept a presumption.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the additional conditions that are provided for under 44 do not overlap the amendment proposed. They will be very tenable additions to the provisions made under 44, even combined with 43.
So you want it to be a new clause, or it should be a
Very
proposed
much so.
amendment to 44?
Because
44 is setting out the condition based on which the court will grant a community service
by
order.
your guidance, we can add it to 44.
So if clause 44 is setting a condition, and you have another clause, which is saying that it should be based on certain presumptions, when the conditions based on which you are going to act is clearly spelled out, you cannot make a law to say that it should be based on certain presumptions.
Mr. Speaker, I agree. So the amendment can come under 44.
Yes, Chairman of the committee. I feel there is no need.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
In addition to the arguments I've already made in opposition to the amendment, I just want to draw your attention to, and I'm forward-looking, in clause 44, and when we get there, Mr. Speaker, we even have yet another proposed amendment. And that amendment seeks to, is at subclause 1, paragraph D. And what it says is that delete is a habitual convicted person and insert has a previous conviction. You see, so it adds more flesh to what is already captured under 43, where, for instance, the health status of the person must be taken into consideration. The character and antecedents of the convicted person must also be considered, as well as the circumstances of the case. So you don't want to unnecessarily restrict what the social inquiry report would contain. There should be flexibility. But so normally, when you are seeking to get officers to conduct social inquiry reports, you allow for flexibility because there are issues that may come to the attention of the social worker or whoever is responsible for churning out that report, which cannot be legislated. Or we've given a broad framework, which can be found in 43, with specific guidance provided for in some of the specific issues mentioned. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we should.
I agree with your earlier guidance that the 44 sets out the various conditions. And so any amendment that seeks to introduce new factors for consideration should come under the 44. So that guidance I agree. And that is why I propose that the 44 conditions that they set out, plus the 43 conditions that my respected chairman sets out, are still not exhaustive of the specific factors raised in this amendment. So I propose that we lift those amendments.
Please again drawing your attention to a proposed amendment that has taken care of this.
So, Mr. Speaker, I propose that we carry those amendments under 44, where we enact that the convicted person, the presumption in favor of the community service order, whether the convicted person is a first-time offender or a person with a primary caregiving responsibilities for a minor child or a dependent adult or a young person between the ages.
My question remains unanswered. If a law stipulates a condition based on which something is supposed to be done, do you need to have another provision apart from those conditions basing it on presumption? Because in the absence of specific conditions based on which you should act, there can be a presumption. But when the law is telling you A, B, C, D should be a condition for you to make a community service order, you can have a provision that will subject the same condition to a presumption.
Mr. Speaker, the suggestion from the member is that the 44, clause 44 is not exhaustive. So there are some conditions that...
So then the mover of the motion should do the needful when we get to 44, so and you are still not satisfied.
He's saying that it's not exhaustive. So he thinks that some of the amendments that they are making under 39, which falls under condition, should be moved to 34. That's what he's 44. That's what he's saying. So that it's very exhaustive, especially caregivers and a few other people. That's what he's trying to say, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what the amendment proposed by Honorable Afenyo-Markin seeks to do is not to add to the requirements of Clause 44. It is to create a right to be vested in the case of a first-time offender, okay? First-time offender, a person with primary caregiving responsibilities for a minor or a dependent adult, a young person between the ages of 18 and 25 years, or a person with a certified medical or mental health condition. So these 4 categories of persons, what the amendment seeks to do is to create a right for them that when they commit the offenses specified in clause 40, for which community service is an alternative, in their case, there should be a presumption that they are entitled to community service. To do, okay? And the chairman is saying that indeed we have considered some of those categories. So if you go to clause 44 and the amendments proposed by the committee itself, it clearly also adds in the category of 44 some consideration regarding, for instance, a nursing mother, some consideration regarding the principle of not separating a mother from a child, and I think another one that perhaps caters to the needs of health and other considerations. I think that the committee makes that recommendation in 44. So the idea then is that drop 44, which in effect creates a right. And if the judge is not doing, the judge must explain. To add in some of those to 44 so that the judge can consider them, but not as a right. Because if you say a presumption in favor of those categories, in effect, it creates a kind of right that I'm entitled for you to give me community service. If you don't give me community service, it's your duty as a judge to explain. But in 44, the judge is being told that in taking your decision, you may consider A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, including the condition of the person in terms of health, the condition of the person in terms of age, the conduct of the person in terms of previous conduct when bail was given to the person, how the person behaved, and all that. So I think that that is what Speaker is saying. Let's drop, 39 amendment, and then when we go to 44, we will take all those 4 categories and see if we can just capture them as part of the considerations that the court should have in mind, but not to present it as a right, because that's what a presumption does. A favorable presumption kind of confers a kind of right. And if you don't let me enjoy the right, you have to explain on the record. Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the first part of the argument is accepted, that we should move it to 44. But in passing the laws, I believe that we also need to give a very restricted space for judges to be very discretionary. Otherwise, we would have had the purpose of making sure that we have a lot of community service. But at the end of the day, the judges will also turn them into custodial sentences. So I think that we have to give a small space for them to maneuver. So I believe that where these specific provisions have been made by Honorable Markin, that we need to look at these specific issues. I think when we get there, we should actually consider them and make them very specific.
Yes,
so
but regarding the point that you are making, judges are given the discretion because as a lawmaker, you won't have the opportunity to know the demeanor of the person even before you. And there are a whole lot of factors that they take into consideration in pronouncing judgment. Hence, they need the discretion within which they would operate. So it is always good to give that discretion to the judge. Yes, Honorable Baba Jaman.
Mr. Speaker, we must all bear in mind that there's no way you can make a law that is completely exhaustive. So in making laws, sometimes you create a platform where all other issues can be considered as you are taking a decision on them. So when you look at 43, as it is stated in the law, what is the purpose of 43? 43 is saying that when a court decides to commit somebody to community service, the court shall, and they made it mandatory, shall order a probation officer to conduct a social inquiry. Mr. Speaker, a social inquiry will uncover all the circumstances of the person. Whether the person is sick, whether the person is a caregiver, whether the person is a convicted, old age, whatever. A social inquiry will encapsulate all that. So that is why I think that whatever the intention of the amendment is captured under the social inquiry. If we want to add one or two specifics, fine. But when you look at the social inquiry uncovers everything around a person who is coming to be convicted, and it gives the court the opportunity to ensure they are fair to the person. So I don't think that repeating it here will make any impact on the law. The law is already where, from 43 already captures what we want to do, and that gives even the judge a better circumstance to understand the issues and be able to make a good decision.
Yes, I'll take that as the last comment, and if they still insist, I'll put a question.
Because the social inquiry, apart from the inquiry, can you make it exhaustive? No.
Mr. Speaker, because of what you have said, I think we need to relook at, in combination with what the majority leader has said, we need to relook at this particular clause and ask whether we should allow it to stay or we should move it to 44 as a condition. Condition is not mandatory. The judge may look at it or may not, but he will be guided by it. But, Mr. Speaker...
No, here,
yes,
the law is saying shall.
Shall, okay, that's fine.
It's saying shall.
So
it's a mandatory conditions.
Look at it.
But
the
Mr. Speaker, proposed amendment is talking about some presumptions.
Presumptions. But, Mr. Speaker, like he said, under 39, we are giving the judge some discretionary powers. And he's saying that there are some three conditions, four situations where he thinks that in looking at the discretionary powers, you want to take away the discretion of the judge. He can do it, but he must explain. Because the presumption is that this particular four categories of people should presume to enjoy community service first. That's why he's trying to do that. Look, when it comes to these four groups or categories of people, they should enjoy community service first. First-time offenders, this, that, enjoy community service first. If the judge decides in his discretion not to give them community service, then the judge must explain why he's not giving them community service. The suggestion is, we are making a suggestion that we should move it to the conditions. Those that don't fall under, like the first-time offenders is already under the condition. But the other three, we should move them to the conditions. Is it the same?
That is why I'm saying that if we get to 44, then you can look at the relevant conditions under 44 and see which one is not captured and will have to be captured. I believe we've all listened to Honorable Baba Jamal when he was explaining one of the provisions, what it entails. So the question therefore is, do I put a question on the proposed amendment or the mover will do the needful? Well, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. Definitely the proposed amendment is not carried. So again, amendment after 39, that is at page 15, II.
That's all, Mr. Speaker. As you rightly stated, amendment after 39, after page 14. This one is on page 15 of the other paper, and it is II. An amendment proposed is as follows. After clause 39, add the following new clause. Into parentheses, and I quote, Community Service Inspectorate. 1. There is established by this act an independent. Well, so yes, as captured, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the amendment is for the. Okay, you want to give reason? Yes, you are done. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think this amendment is caught by Order 1683C, Roman numeral 2 of our standing orders. So the 1693C, where it says that at the consideration stage, the House may effect such amendments as the House considers necessary, except that the amendments, including new clauses and new schedules, shall comply with the following. A, the amendment must be relevant to the subject matter of the clause to which the amendment relates. And here I'm relying on Roman numeral 2, which says, no, sorry, not Roman numeral, CII, which says the amendment must not be inconsistent with any clause already agreed to or any decision already taken by the House. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what the amendment is seeking to do, it is seeking to replicate the creation of an institution to perform functions that we have already assigned to the Secretariat and the board and the various regional committees. So if you take, for instance, the first item, 2A, the inspectorate, so it says there is established by this act an independent community service inspectorate. If you go to 2, it says the inspectorate shall monitor the implementation of community service at the national, regional, and district levels. Monitor. This is a function that if you look at clause. Yeah.
Yes.
Speaker, I thank Leader for bringing this to our attention. I think that the right thing to do is to abandon it at this point. Thank you.
Very well. Honourable members, the new clause as in II at page 15 is withdrawn. Now we go to clause 40. Amendment II at page
Offenses
16.
suitable for community service.
Yeah. Amendment II. Number 3 at page 16.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, on the order paper 16, page 16, amendment proposed as III, clause 40 as is captured, we add the following new subclause. 3. The Secretariat shall, not later than 2 years after the commencement of this act, and every 3 years thereafter, review the categories of offenses to which a community service order applies, and submit a report with recommendations to the Minister, who shall lay the report before Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I move this amendment on behalf of Osayin Alexander Kwamina Afenyomaki. Thank you.
Yes. Have you considered the fact that clause 40 is on offenses suitable for community service? The clause 40 is talking about offenses suitable for community service. And how do you juxtapose this under clause 40? What you are proposing, that the Secretariat shall not later than 2 years after commencement of this act, and every 3 years thereafter, review the categories of offenses to which a community service order applies and submit a report with recommendation to the minister, who shall lay the report before Parliament. And I'm saying that clause 40 of the Community Service Bill is under the marginal note, offenses suitable for community service. How can this be an amendment under offenses suitable under community service? Look at the main bill and the proposed amendment.
Speaker, I think that is just to the effect that when you look at the main bill, it talks about offenses, and therefore, if there is any review of an offense with reference to a category, maybe that is why the proposer put it.
I think this provision is dealing with the Secretariat.
Speaker,
it's imposing some obligation on the Secretariat.
Yes, Speaker, that's
so
the
it
case.
cannot come under community service, offenses suitable under the community service. This relates to the Secretariat.
Speaker, but is the offenses and dealing with the review of the offenses, would it not come under the Secretariat? Because, yes, because,
see, it's saying that offenses suitable for community service.
Yes.
That a community service order made under Section 45 applies to an offense punishable by a term of imprisonment of not more than 3 years with or without the option of a fine. Despite subsection 1, a court may make a community service order in respect of an accused person who has been convicted of an offense under the enactment which provides as punishment for the offenses a fine only, a fine with an option of a term of imprisonment, or a fine and term of imprisonment. This is what the section is dealing with. You understand? Now, under that section, you want us to place that the Secretariat shall not later than 2 years offer community 2 years after the commencement of these acts, and every 3 years thereafter review the category of offenses to which a community service order applies and submit a report with recommendation to the minister, who shall lay the report before Parliament. Even if there is going to be such a thing under the offenses, can that be a way of doing it? The law must come to Parliament for amendment.
Speaker.
Yes.
I think that if you read this present amendment being proposed, which may have to be subjected to further amendments to clarify the language, I think this is like an additional function. And so we may have to push it to the Secretariat's function.
Exactly.
Which will be contained, but it has to be the Secretariat shall within 2 years.
You
after
see,
the commencement of this act,
it is only when we get there
then we
that we can tidy it up.
So you may have to abandon it here and take it to another.
Speaker, I wanted to say I take a cue. We can have it deferred, and then when we get to the functions of the secretary.
Yes, but let's consider the feasibility of it. The law
But
is
Speaker,
stating...
you are the same person who is saying that we are not dealing with it now. If
Yes,
we are
but
deferring
let's...
So let's get the...
No, I'm just saying whether this can be feasible.
Very well.
Even under the provision.
Yes.
In the sense that this law passed by Parliament is indicating the category of punishment that can be subjected to community service. Then Parliament will again make this particular law, giving power to review without the law coming to Parliament for amendment. That is problematic, yes?
I agree with you entirely. The point is that clause 40 of the bill is very clear, and it talks about, and let me read, a community service order made under section 45 applies to an offense punishable by a term of imprisonment of not more than 3 years, with or without the option of a fine. Now, these offenses, the category of offenses envisaged under clause 40 have already been provided for under 45. The Criminal and Other Offences Act, Act 29. So if you now have an amendment which says periodically you would come back for a review, how are you possibly going to review those category of offenses and which will now be made subject to community service orders if you don't bring substantive amendments to the Criminal and Other Offences Act, Act 29? So such a review is impossible without an amendment to the existing law, which is the Criminal and Other Offences Act.
Even above all, this law in itself is categorizing those offenses. And Parliament cannot make law to say A, B, C, D and subject that to a review of the minister without the substantive law being amended. The minister doesn't have the authority to make law under Article 93. So we can subject it to the review by a minister.
Speaker, the amendment is fatal. I mean, it should be abandoned.
Shouldn't be just interested in abandoning. It's good to it's good to jojo and get some in-depth knowledge on all the matters rather than just running to abandon the matters. Speaker, I take a cue to abandon it.
Very well. Proposed amendment accordingly abandoned. Then we go to IV at page 16, also standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Komina Afanyumaki.
Speaker, I take the amendment proposed by Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afanyumaki, and that is captured on page 16 of the other paper, today's other paper. And Speaker, I read amendment proposed after subclause 1, insert the following new subclauses. 2, notwithstanding subsection 1, a court trying a person on indictment for a non-violent offense may, if the court is satisfied with the interest of justice and the objects of this act so require, make a community service order in addition to or in lieu of any other non-custodial sentence, subject to A, the consent of the convicted person, B, a social inquiry report under section 43, and C, the specific authorization of the High Court or a Superior Court. 3, subsection 2 does not apply to offenses involving violence against persons, sexual offenses, or offenses carrying a mandatory minimum sentence imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
That's the proposed amendment. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to this amendment
on grounds that, 1, 41 is very clear. It says, and with your permission, I read, despite any provision in an enactment, a court shall not make a community service order in respect of an offense that is unsuitable for summary determination in accordance with Section 179 of the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act 1960. So anything that is not subject to summary determination cannot be entertained so far as 41 is concerned. Now, what does the amendment seek to do? The amendment seeks to add a subclause 2, which seeks to introduce indictable offenses. And this is what it says: notwithstanding subsection 1, a court trying a person of indictment on indictment for a non-violent offense may, if the court is satisfied that the interests of justice and the objects of this act so require, make a community service order. So, Mr. Speaker, ab initio, indictable offenses are not supposed to constitute, sorry, can I land? Okay.
I asked him to explain his own proposed amendment to us. And I said so because the amendment is talking about trial. We're talking about trial. We're not discussing trials here. We're discussing penalty after conviction. But everything about how you have couched your amendment is about trial. So he said that notwithstanding subsection 1, a court trying a person on indictment for a non-violent offense may, if the court is satisfied that the interests of justice and the objects of this act so require, make a community service order in addition to or in lieu of any other non-custodial sentence subject to XYZ. I think you are confusing the issues here. Yes, you are confusing the issues here. So let's drop it and then make progress. Let's drop it and make progress.
Yes.
That's the good thing about making laws. We listen to one another. And where some prominence in this decision-making prevails, why not? Speaker, I've taken a cue from the majority leader's submission, and we have dropped this amendment.
Very well. Amendment accordingly withdrawn. I'll put a question on entire clause 40. As many as are in favor of clause 40 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. I didn't put a question on 40. Did I put a question? Honourable members, did I put a question on clause 40? Yes. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 40 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now we are in clause 41 and the amendment is abandoned. So I'll put a question on 41. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 41 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42.
Minister to notify Chief Justice of arrangements for community service.
Amendment number V, standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Aponyo Makin.
Yes. Oh.
Allow it.
Please,
Speaker,
you have the floor. Move the amendment.
Speaker, thank you very much. I It starts from page 16, in fact, page 17, which says that Minister to notify Chief Justice of arrangements for community service. And Speaker, I move this amendment proposed by Hussein Alexander Kwamina Afenyo Maki. And Speaker, it starts with 1. The Minister shall, on the advice of the Secretariat, notify the Chief Justice in writing of the district or communities in the country where arrangements have been made and structures have been put in place for the enforcement of community service orders. 2. The Minister shall ensure the community service programs are available in all districts of Ghana within 5 years of the commencement of this Act. 3. The Minister shall, by the 31st day of March in every year, submit to Parliament a written report on the progress towards nationwide implementation, identifying districts in which community service is available, the districts in which it's not yet available, and the steps being taken to achieve availability in those districts. 4. Where arrangements for community service are not yet available in a district, a court sentencing a person in that district for a qualifying offense shall consider any available alternative non-custodial measure, including a suspended sentence, a fine with installment provisions, or a probation order, before imposing a custodial sentence. 5. If, on the expiry of 5 years from the commencement of this Act, community service programs are not available in all districts, Parliament shall, within 6 months of that expiry, review the implementation of this Act and shall consider such amendments as may be necessary to give effect to the objects of this Act. I so move.
Honourable members, that's the proposed amendment. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment itself, if you look at the clause 1, it merely repeats what is captured under clause 42. The only difference is that the proposed amendment merely seeks to collapse the numbering and put the sentences together. That's all. So if you look at 1 and just oppose that with what we have, the original rendition, Mr. Speaker, is the same. But if you look at the second, that is the subclause 2 of the proposed amendment, which reads as follows: the Minister shall ensure that community service programs are available in all districts of Ghana within 5 years of the commencement of this Act. Sorry, I should think that that is worth considering. I mean, it's worth considering because it sets certain timelines within which, Mr. Speaker, structures should have been put in place for implementation within 5 years. The only problem is that this is a policy issue. But, Mr. Speaker, like I said, that is something that is worth considering. Then we come down to 3. 3 talks about reporting. In principle, there's nothing wrong, Mr. Speaker, if Parliament so desires that the Minister reports so that we can be properly apprised about steps taken towards ensuring that the community service is fully implemented as part of our sentencing policy. Why not? But, Mr. Speaker, I have issues with the 4. The 4 is problematic because the 4 which talks about arrangements for community service and in the absence of which we must introduce suspended sentence is captured under clause 48 of the bill. Then the 5th subclause 5 is actually in contradiction to what we have under clause 40. So, Mr. Speaker, given what I have said, I should think that there are only 3 provisions which may be allowed to stand. And those provisions are 2, 3, and no, 4. 4 is already captured under clause 48. So 2, 3. But as for 5 and 4, and even 1, because 1 is repetitive, it repeats what we have in the original bill.
So, honourable members, let's look at it one after the other. It's been agreed that the proposed clause 1 is in the original bill, clause 43. Is that also? Clause 42. The original bill as in clause 42. So therefore, there shouldn't be an issue if clause 42 as it stands is carried. Is that not so? Okay.
That is so.
So the rest of the amendment will come as in 42.2, 42.3, 42.4 in that order. Let's pick it one after the other so that it can be clear for everybody. So I'll put a question on the existing clause 42.1. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Now we come to the proposed amendment to 42. That will be 42.2 when it is carried. Now this is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Chairman? Yes, Leader?
Mr. Speaker, their proposal was for us to delete 42. But we have already approved 42. So if we have approved 42, there will be no basis for us. So what Speaker is saying is that maybe you should alter your proposed amendments to now consider proposing a new subclause.
Yes.
So your initial provision that delete will no longer apply, but you're just proposing a new subclause.
Why? Because your proposed amendment to 40 as in 1 is the same rendition as in 42. So what you are seeking to do is to add additional clause as in 42, 2, 3, the order.
Speaker, taking a cue again, so the new clause should rather be add 42.2 and the ones that come thereafter. Yes, Speaker.
So let's pick it one after the other. The new clause as in 42.2. Adding a new clause to 42 is for the consideration of the House.
Speaker, it would therefore mean that we are looking at 42.2 and we are abandoning the first one, that is the minister shall. Yes, so the new one would mean that the minister shall ensure the community service programs are available in all districts of Ghana within 5 years of the commencement of this act. 3, 4, and 5 are all captured.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, majority, Chief Whip.
Speaker, we, as part of drafting style, we avoid the language of ensure, because to ensure, how are you going to gauge it? So you are giving the minister a timeline within which every district, all the 261 districts, should have this law implemented. So I think you are talking about implementation. Because if you're asking him to ensure, how are you going to hold him to it? So what you are saying is that within 5 years upon the coming to force of this act, community service as designed by this framework should be implemented in all the districts. I think that's the tenor of this provision. So we must take away ensure and say that the minister shall implement community service programs in all districts of Ghana within 5 years upon the commencement of this act. Even then, the community service programs, we must indicate that as enshrined in this act. Yes, the community service enshrined in this act in all districts within 5 years. We may not have to add Ghana because the law is for Ghana. So we'll say that in all districts within 5 years upon the commencement of this act. And then that one, the implementation will come with mechanisms, will come with administrative mechanism, offices created and all that. So that one, you are able to gauge it. But if you say you should ensure, yeah, so Speaker, my humble view is that subject to these further amendments, I support the present amendments being proposed.
Very well. So the new rendition will be the minister shall implement the community service program in all districts of Ghana within 5 years of the commencement of this act. Okay.
In all districts.
In all districts.
Within 5 years upon the commencement of this law. So, Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
In all districts of which country?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, we are enacting the law for Ghana. You have taught me that.
Yes.
Yeah,
but there are circumstances where we use in the country.
Speaker, that day we debated.
Because even in this law,
yes,
I've seen in the country.
Yes, in the country is different from in Ghana.
Yes, so if you are not saying in the Ghana, in all districts.
In the country.
Yes.
I agree with you.
Yes.
I agree with you.
I rise to agree to the first part of the proposed amendment, except to disagree on the period within which the implementation should take effect. 5 years is too long. The intent of this bill is to ensure community service sentencing.
Yes, but let me ask you a
operationalized
question.
in all districts.
This house.
With alacrity.
This house makes law that legal aid should be in all districts in the country. How many years this? Do we have legal aid in all districts in the country? So it's better to give a commensurate period measurable than to compress it and they will not be able to deliver.
Speaker, I'm guided. And so by the guidance, I propose 1 year.
When I'm saying that we passed this law in 2016 or so, that legal aid is supposed to be in all districts in Ghana or in the country, but yet till today we don't have them in all districts. And it's in excess of 5 years. And you are saying we should do this within 1 year. Meanwhile, the law is just coming into being. They are now going to start implementation altogether.
Oh. That there have been some lot of consultations with all the stakeholders, and they've tested all the parameters. That may be the reason why this 5 years. If you reduce it to 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, it won't help us.
Yes,
we'll
that is my fear.
So I think that we should leave it like that.
Yes, Majority Leader.
You mean they have subjected it to stakeholder consultation? You mean Afenyo Markin has subjected it to stakeholder consultation?
No.
But that's his amendment. He has consulted stakeholders. Which stakeholders did Afenyo Markin consult? Which stakeholders has Afro-American consulted? Very widely.
Yes, I remember.
Mr. Speaker,
Bishop Baba, I'll come to you. Let me take the other member and I'll come to you. Yes, you have the floor.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I have not finished.
Okay, after him,
Let me
you
finish.
in the Fugu.
Mr. Speaker, we have already passed clause 40. Clause 40 talks about offenses suitable for community service and offenses excluded from community service, 41. What this means is that upon the coming into force of this act, people become entitled to benefit from 40 immediately, because we did not put in clause 40 an additional requirement that if there is infrastructure in your district for the implementation of community service. Once we did not make that provision, ab initio, immediately the law comes into force. If I'm a lawyer representing, a client in a court in Bolgatanga, I'm going to ask the court to consider my client, and apply for community service as an alternative sentencing provision. The court dare not tell me that, but we don't have the infrastructure in which case it would be a violation of the rights of my client. So I don't think that we should indulge the state so that they will have the laxity to say, oh, it is not ready in this district, it's not ready in that district. We may go to the transitional provisions and then give them a timeline. 1 year, 5 months, not regulations, to just make sure that the setup is there. And the setup involves the establishment of these committees at the regional level, at the district level, and the court identifying the community service officer. Those are the main items required. Constituting the regional committees, constituting the district committees, and appointing a community service officer for every district. Once you do that, you can proceed to implement the community service provisions. So I don't want us to give them that space to come and tell us that, oh, we haven't started it yet, so in this district it's not yet ready, and that we don't have money. I mean, that should not be entertained. Mr. Speaker, I believe that once the law comes into force, everybody who is responsible for taking a step to make sure that the infrastructure is there takes it. Let's give them a blanket time. 6 months. Within 6 months, the committee should be in place, the community service officer should be appointed, and lawyers can start applying for their clients to enjoy under this particular law.
Yes, Kobe, let me take, yes.
Okay, Mr.
Honorable Baba Jamal, I'll come to you. Let me take Honorable Baba Jamal, I'll come to you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think that part of my comments had been captured by the majority leader. I would just want to caution that as a country, we should learn how to crawl before we start running. Because too many laws have been passed in this country. We have given various timelines and it never works. But this particular law is a very important law that, considering the nature and circumstances of our country, we need to hasten slowly on it. That's why I agree with the majority leader that we should be careful assigning timelines and forcing the state to do A, B, C. The law itself is structured in a way that certain things must happen before we can go ahead with it. We should allow the system to work itself out instead of putting strict timelines. When we go to the transitions, I think that place we can give some advices. But in the law, tying the state down, I don't think will help this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, if we take clause 42, it says the minister shall, on the advice of the Secretariat, notify the Chief Justice in writing of 1, districts or communities in the country where arrangements have been made. So clearly shows that some arrangement will have to be made before it can be implemented. And therefore, it is important that we give ourselves some time. If we don't give a timeline, Mr. Speaker, I tell you, this arrangement will be in perpetuity.
So,
and they will never be done.
If you give the timeline, but they didn't comply with it within the time, what will you do? Are you
maybe
going
you
to
might
create
have
a sanction?
You might have to insert a sanction for that purpose.
Very well. Yes, you can now have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was only looking at the heading of Section 42. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the original Section 42, you see that we're just talking about notifying, that is the minister notifying Chief Justice of the arrangements for community service. But now if we are agreeing that we should add the proposed amendment, that is proposed amendment 2 and 3, it means that obviously the remit of that section will go beyond just notifying the Chief Justice. Because now we are even saying that the minister shall implement community service programs in all districts. So we may have to look at also changing the rendition of the subheading to reflect the entirety of the new Section 42 if these proposed amendments are taken. And so maybe I would, if it is done, I would have proposed that we say minister to make arrangements for community service so that everything that comes under it will now speak to that subheading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to generally support the point the Honourable Majority Leader is made, but also to indicate that everywhere in the world, community service as a form of sentencing or punishment is done within a certain established framework and structures, which is why I see that 42.1 talks about the minister informing the Chief Justice of certain arrangements and structures being put in place. I just want to caution that I'm not too sure that just by appointing the committee and a community service officer will be sufficient structures and arrangements for community service as a form of punishment or sentencing to take place. Because, for example, if you have a district where you don't, or if you have a district, even a region, where you don't have a prison service and convicts are required to engage in community service as a form of punishment or sentencing, the question of who even supervises the community service, who is going to be accountable and responsible, and all of that. And we are always to remember, Mr. Speaker, most respectfully, that once trial is over and judgment is passed, conviction is made, and sentencing is given or punishment in the form of community service, the remit of the law, you no longer place the post-punishment within the framework of the police. It becomes the mandate or remit of the prison service. So I think even the definition of what will constitute sufficient arrangement and structures is important, and also a realistic timeline within which these structures and arrangements can be put in place are also important. And I'm too clear in my mind that whilst I agree with the Honourable Majority Leader that we should not give the executive a blank check, if I may put it that way, to do as they please, and therefore we should pin them down to timelines. We should do so also with clear deliverables. The minimum, in my view, will be a district must have the availability or must have the reasonable means of securing prison officers to administer or implement or be accountable for the execution of a conviction or a sentence in a form of community service. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr.
Chairman
Speaker,
of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, in direct response to Honorable Abu Jinapo's submission, I'd like to place on record that if you go through the bill, the structures we need to have in place in order to ensure that implementation kickstarts are actually the committees. First, you have to have the secretariat. And Mr. Speaker, let me remind all of us that the composition of the secretariat is carefully chosen to address some of the concerns raised by my good friend, the Honorable Abu Jinapo. You have prisons officers, you have police officers, you have social workers, you have fire service officers, you have immigration officers. The idea is that, and when you come down to the level of the regional committee, the same structure is virtually replicated. You have the prisons, you have the police, you have the fire, all the security agencies that are well established and have presence across the length and breadth of the country. Now, the reason is that we don't have prisons in all the districts and municipalities of our country. So in places where, for instance, when you go to my constituency, the Bulsa North municipality, we don't have a prisons facility. The nearest prisons facility is Navrongo. But we have immigration presence in Sandama. So where appropriate, you may use police officers who would perform the role of supervision as if they were prison officers. That is why those committees have been carefully composed. So the fears raised by my brother are genuine, but they have been envisaged and addressed by way of the composition of the committees that we have. So the majority leader is right.
See, honorable members, this convicted person going to serve in the community is not going to be like the people are sentenced to prison, but occasionally they will take them out to go and work. There is a community service committee, and there is a community service officer appointed by the court. So those are the structures. When it is ready, they can convict people to go and serve in that community. So I don't think we have any fears. And I don't think we should even be giving them 5 years within which we should do that, or set a timeline for them. Because there is nothing in this law that's going to punish the minister if the minister couldn't deliver within the time frame. So why make a law asking somebody to mandatorily perform a particular act, and failure to perform that act will attract no punishment? What would have come out of the provision that you are making? So let's look at this. Else I'll put a question. Chairman of the committee, I want to put a question on the proposed new clause 2. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The new clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, clause 3. The new 3. Yes, move it. We are taking it one after the other. As captured in other paper.
Very well. So, as captured, it reads, the minister shall by the 31st day of March in each year submit to Parliament a written report on progress towards nationwide implementation, identifying the districts in which community service is available, the districts in which it is not yet available, and the steps being taken to achieve availability in those districts. I so move.
Honourable members, it is for your consideration. Any further amendment? Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I humbly of the view that this amendment should be abandoned. Should be abandoned because the regulation can clearly specify this. The regulation can provide these fine codes so that the manner of submitting the report to Parliament can be clarified. Now, if you see...
In other words, it is more of administrative function that should feature in the regulation rather than the Act. Yes?
Sorry, in addition to what Chief Whip has said, if you look at that provision, assuming we get to a stage where the entire country is covered, we'll still be dealing with this provision, where annually will be required to bring reports to indicate areas that are not covered and areas that are covered. And so we should leave it open, like he said, like an administrative issue, so that we don't even have to always be contending ourselves with a report being brought to Parliament to suggest which areas have been covered, which areas have not been covered.
Yes.
Speaker, I think the Chief Whip is in his element, so I'll take that advice and abandon it.
Very well, it's abandoned. Then we come to the 4, which in this case, if carried, shall become the 3.
Speaker, as captured on page 17, I take the proposed amendment on behalf of Afenyo Marking, where arrangements for community 42, so it now becomes 42.3, where arrangements for community service are not yet available in a district, a court sentencing a person in that district for a qualifying offense shall consider any available alternative non-custodial measure, including a suspended sentence, a fine with installment provisions, or a probation order before imposing a custodial sentence.
Have you looked at clause 48? Yes. Yes.
Speaker, I think it's in line, so we have to leave that because it's been captured by 48.
Yes.
Yes, so we abandon it.
Very well. Then the last one, if carried, shall become 3.
So, Speaker, with your permission again, an amendment proposed by Osaine Alexander Kwamina Afenyo Marking, and as captured on page 17 of the other paper today, and it's captured here as 5, but if it's admitted, it will become 42.3. If on the expiry of 5 years from the commencement of this act, community service programs. So let me finish, then we can deal with it. At least Yes, Speaker, I think that it's consequential because we abandoned the first one.
Very well.
We may have to abandon this one as well.
Very well.
Yes.
I will now put a question to entire clause 42. Yes.
An amendment, amendment to clause 42.
Yes, you have.
After subclause 2, add the following new subclause. The minister shall, on the advice of the Secretariat, not later than 2 years after the commencement of this act, and every 3 years thereafter, review the categories of offenses to which a community service order applies and submit a report with recommendations to Parliament for consideration and consequential amendment of this act.
How different is it from the amendment moved and abandoned?
The problem was where it was being proposed. It wasn't suitable because at the time, the focus, the responsibility was being given to the Secretariat. And then you guided that, you ruled that
that section does not deal with the mandate of the Secretariat, and therefore it will not be proper for it to be considered. But the
it will
mandate,
feature when you look at the marginal note of 42.
so now the 42,
Minister to notify Chief Justice of arrangement for community service.
So, and the head note was, a new rendition was proposed by my good friend.
It was not carried.
If it wasn't carried, then I'll make this proposal as a new clause, not as a sub-clause to 42. So my amendment will now be after 42.
Yes, what will be the head note?
Recommendations to Parliament. So the amendment proposed is that the minister shall, on the advice of the Secretariat, not later than 2 years after the commencement of this act, and every 3 years thereafter, review the categories of offences to which a community service order applies and submit a report with recommendations
clearly
to Parliament.
The reason for not carrying that particular amendment was very clear. You agreed that Parliament cannot make law spelling out certain conditions for community sentencing. And then Parliament will again give power to the minister to go and review that when the legislative power by Article 93 rests with Parliament. So how can we sit
so,
that
Mr.
legislative power to
Mr.
the
Speaker,
minister?
the full proposal takes care of your concern. And the full proposal here is that the minister shall, on the advice of the Secretariat, not later than 2 years after the commencement of this act, and every 3 years thereafter, review the categories of offences to which a community service order applies and submit a report with recommendations to Parliament for consideration and consequential amendment of this act.
There is a procedure to follow when you are going to introduce a bill for amendment. So it cannot be by that way. The procedure for amendment, you know it. A bill must be introduced. The bill can either be a private member's bill or a bill introduced by the executives. Yes.
Speaker, let me urge my brother, Reverend Fojo, to abandon this at this stage.
I think we are just going back to resurrect what the House has already taken a decision on.
If I had heard him say that, and the minister may bring legislative proposals or amendments proposals to amend the law, then he would have been given some.
But are we supposed to legislate to tell the minister to bring a legislative proposal?
At all. So I think that let's abandon it. If you are really minded about this, when we get to the guidelines
for the regulation.
Yes.
The regulation clause.
Yes. Then we can maybe tidy it up. And then
no, that cannot be, because that regulation is going to be by legislative instrument.
Instrument, exactly.
And the legislative instrument will not go through the procedure
that
the bill is going through.
And
one cardinal principle in a subsidiary legislation is that subsidiary legislation cannot amend the parent act.
At all.
It is the parent act that is stating the conditions.
Yes.
So you can, by subsidiary legislation, amend those conditions.
So, no.
No,
so
it cannot feature at all in the bill. It cannot feature in the bill. You would have been given part of your legislative power, which is exclusive under Article 93 to the minister. And it will not be proper. So we move to clause 43. Or did I put a question on the entire clause 42? Very well. Those in favor of clause 42 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 42 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now clause 43.
Social inquiry report.
43.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Amendment proposed, subclause 1, line 3. Delete probation, and insert community service. This is consequential, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, this is consequential. I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, still clause 43, VII.
Amendment proposed, subclause 2, line 1, delete probation and insert community service.
It's also consequential. I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Chairman, VIII.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment stands in the name of the minority leader.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to propose this amendment on behalf of Osahin Alexander Kwame Afinyomakin. We intend to add a new subclause 3. A social enquiry report shall, in addition to the matters required under subsection 1, address A, the attitude of the victim or the victim's family to the imposition of a community service order. B, the convicted person's existing communities, ties to the community and capacity for social reintegration. And C, any risk factors or vulnerability considerations relevant to the safety of the convicted persons or the community during the performance of community service.
Yes, the mover. What is the meaning of your amendment?
Mr. Speaker, it seeks to add a subclause indicating that there will be a social enquiry report which addresses the various categories that has been listed, Mr. Speaker.
The whole clause is saying that where a court determines that a community service order should be made under section 45, the court shall, before making the order, direct a community service officer to A, conduct a special inquiry into circumstances of the case. 2, character and antecedents of the convicted person. And 3, health status of the person. And B, report to the court the findings of the social inquiry in the prescribed form. And you are asking that we should add the following clauses to it to make 3, or now we have to read 2 before. A community service officer shall conduct a social inquiry under subsection 1 in the prescribed form. Then after doing so in the prescribed form, then you are saying 3, a social inquiry report shall, in addition to the matters required under subsection 1, address A, the attitude of the victim or the victim's family to the imposition of the community service order. The attitude of the victim and the victim's family. That's what you are asking to be added. And then B, the convicted person's existing ties to the community and capacity for social reintegration. And C, any risk factor or vulnerability consideration relevant to the safety of the convicted person or the community. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me urge the available leader who is exercising the authority of the minority leader to move this amendment, to abandon them, because 1, the provision is badly drafted. badly drafted. That's one. Two, you are asking that we should gauge attitude. Okay. Okay, I withdraw. No, I withdrawn. So it has to be properly structured, number one. Then number two, as part of the requirements, you are requesting that the social inquiry report gauge attitude, which is nebulous. It's nebulous. They cannot gauge attitude of the victims, or you are also widening it to the families. So the three things that you are asking us to gauge, let's abandon. Yes.
Speaker, there will not be the need for us to belabor the point. We've abandoned him.
Very well. Then I'll put a question on clause 43. As many as are in favor of clause 43 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 43 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 44.
Conditions for making a community service order.
Chairman, amendment I ask.
Amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph D. After person, delete is a habitual convicted person and insert has a previous conviction.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment?
Chairman, Mr. Speaker, apologies. If the chairman can justify the, I know that it's a neater provision, but can you explain even the insertion of has a previous conviction?
We are simply...
You see, you know that in practice, they will ask whether the person is previously known, meaning that has he ever been convicted? Now, if you said habitual, I mean, how do you determine that? How many times will constitute being previously known? Is it 3 times? Is it 4 times? Is it 5 times? So the terminology in the court is whether the person is known.
Speaker, just trying to seek clarification. So if the person is a habitual convicted person, is it the same as a recidivist? So instead of a habitual convicted person, we rather use the word a recidivist. But you are looking at the number of times.
Yes.
Yes, I get that. But I don't know how we can.
So the terminology, what the court takes into consideration is whether or not you are known, meaning whether or not you are previously convicted.
Personal experience. Please hear me. Personal experience. I was lawyer for an accused person. Oh, of course. And our case was bad. So we were convicted. They got to sentencing. So this came up. Apparently, in respect of our previous offense, we were made to sign a bond of good behavior.
Yes, it's a conviction.
Yes. But it constituted enough grievous grounds for the court to impose a much severer punishment by way of sentencing. So, indeed, if the court asks that, is it known? Is it known? Irrespective of how severe the previous infraction may be, the court will take much stricter view of the
yes,
fact
that... Yes, but you see, at the point Speaker, that the court will be asking...
So, Speaker, I had to go take the trouble to say that, yes, we are known, but in respect of the previous one, it was a very minor, infraction.
Definitely, they will ask.
Exactly.
At the point of sentencing.
Yeah, to mitigate the sentencing.
So if the prosecutor gets up to say that, you are known severally, you've been convicted 5 times.
Yes.
That will influence the judge in coming out with the sentence.
Exactly.
If they say you are known,
Yes.
but you are cautioned and discharged,
Yes.
then that will also influence the number of years that the court will give.
Speaker, the
So
danger
at
is-
that point,
Yes.
there is an explanation as to whether you have been to prison severally or you
Or
are.
not. Or not. But
So the
Speaker-
opportunity is there to explain this to the judge.
Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is that here is the case, the person has a lawyer. In a lot of the cases that travels before the district courts, the accused persons that are convicted and awaiting sentences don't have lawyers. And so once their history is announced before the judge, then it becomes a basis for imposing a severe sentence. So, but I cannot fault the House in trying to say that there must be, instead of a habitual offender, it should be a previous conviction.
Yes.
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 So the question that was directed at me is why we should substitute habitual convict with previous conviction. I think it's about having this whole thing aligned with the Criminal and Other Offences Act. The language of that act is some person with a previous conviction and not a habitual convict. So it's about aligning the language, that's all.
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Still on clause 44X.
44, Mr. Speaker, stands in the name of the minority leader.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I rise to move this amendment in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afinyomake to also introduce subclause 1 to add the following paragraphs. H, where the convicted person was admitted to bail before conviction, the conduct of that person during the period of bail.
You should move the G as in X.
The G.
Page 18.
Sorry, yeah. Mr. Speaker, yes. G, whether the convicted person has demonstrated remorse or willingness to make reparation to the victim or the community.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Proposed has already been provided for.
In F.
In F. 44F. Whether the convicted person has made any form of reparation to the victim.
Have you seen it?
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Yes.
So we abandon this.
Very well. Accordingly abandoned. Yes, XII.
Mr. Speaker, I do make this amendment in the name of Osahin Alexander Afinyomake to add another subclause H, where the convicted person was admitted to bail before conviction, the conduct of that person during the period of bail, including compliance with bail conditions imposed by the court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, it's for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Chairman of the committee.
This amendment, I think, is appropriate. So the conduct of the convict, whilst he or she was admitted to bail, even before conviction, is relevant. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that on this occasion, we would recommend or support the amendment.
So, what specific conduct do you contemplate?
So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at 44, we're looking at conditions for making a community service order. So, the convict, whilst on bail, I mean, it's important that you examine his or her conduct. If, for instance, the person jumped bail whilst on bail, it may be dangerous for such a person to be ordered to do community service. Because if he once jumped bail, how sure are you, Mr. Speaker, that if such a person is ordered to do community service, he or she will not abscond and put the surety into trouble?
So I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Still on 44, that is XII.
Amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker, after subclause 2, insert the following new clauses. Subclause 3, 4. I move accordingly.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Still on 44, XII.
Amendment proposed, subclause 4, paragraph A, subparagraph II, delete probation and insert community service. This is consequential, Mr. Speaker.
It is consequential. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. XIV, standing in the name of Minority Leader.
Speaker, the advertised amendment XIV at page 19, clause 44. Speaker, after subclause 5, insert the following new subclause. Mr. Speaker, considering the length of the amendment, I rely on same without more. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any further amendment? Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I support the proposed amendment, save the 49, no, sorry, safe to say that the C is already covered by clause 49(2)(e) of the bill. So we can consider the A, B, but delete C, given the 49(2)(e) covers same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the proposer, that is the further amendment emanating from the Chairman of the Committee.
Speaker, I'm in agreement.
Very well. So, move your amendment properly and let me put a question. Move your further amendment and let me put a question.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the proposed amendment be further amended by deleting clause 6C. 44.7C, given that the said clause of provision is already catered for or covered by.
Honourable members, I'll put a
Clause
question.
49(2)(e).
All those in favor? Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I hope I'm not lost. We are looking at XIV.
Yes.
Page 19, XIV.
Yes.
And what the minority leader is proposing is that if before conviction somebody is held up in detention, lawful detention, maybe the person was granted bail, but the person couldn't meet the bail terms, but was granted bail, that would be lawful custody or on remand. What you're saying is that the judge, in calculating community service, should sit down and be engaged in the mathematics of determining how many days were you held, how many days were you held, and then now calculate that because you were held for 30 days, if you're going to do community service for 60 hours, I am hereby reducing the community service by 24 hours and etc. I believe we will be imposing too much. I know. I believe we will be imposing too much.
Honourable Majority Leader.
Too much burden.
In practice, some judges would ask, "How long have you been in custody?"
Yes. I know, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm not opposing because. No, I'm not opposing it because it is coming from you. You see, sometimes when we are doing these things, let's consider the implications generally on the levels of crime in the society. Already, by this, we are relieving you of a period that you ought to be in custody. No. We may be saving money, but by passing this law, we are already saving you from custodial sentencing. Now, if you further ask that we use all previous, custodial sentences, not custodial sentences, custodial incarceration, pre-trial, pre-conviction incarcerations, to further reduce. I'm just concerned about, at the end of the day, what we'll be doing to the notion of punishment after you have committed an offense. Will that not lead to crime becoming very rampant because people know that, well, if I commit this crime, I may end up just spending a few days of community service. So I support the community service, but every effort to further reduce it, I think, should be watched at this stage. I think as a country, let's proceed cautiously. Let's be more gradual in our approach than this attempt to almost erode the concept of punishment as a consequence of conviction. I think we should be careful.
Yes.
Speaker, maybe for the first time, let me disagree with my leader. Now, leader, the danger...
Are you sure that is the first time?
I think so. Leader, I think the danger is that we are already faced with circumstances where officers of the law abuse citizens on grounds of suspicion. So you are arrested based on some complaints, you are placed in custody, they look at the 48-hour mark, they rush to court, they get a court to impose a remand, and then they bring you back. Now, what you want to avoid is that where the charge is in respect of any of the offenses that this law will specify, then please imposition of custody or pre-investigation or in the course of investigation custody should be as much as possible avoided. Otherwise, then, when the matter is determined expressly or summarily, and a community service is as by way of sentences is imposed, then it would have been unfair to you if you were held in custody for some number of days. So I see where the minority leader is coming from and want to cure. So we can, maybe in the course of the belly of the law, we can say that where the charge is in respect of any of the offenses prescribed by this act, then the police themselves, it's implied that the police themselves may not impose a custodial in the course of investigation custody. We can provide a guide by that. I don't know what the chairman thinks, but I see the danger in that, yes. They can abuse it.
Yes, the proposer. Do you have anything to say? Yes, Chairman.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate my earlier position on the matter by stating that I have personally stood in as counsel for accused persons who were subsequently convicted. And the courts on those occasions actually took into consideration the period the convict, stayed in remand. And in this particular case, I don't want to be very specific because of confidentiality reasons. The person in question had actually been on remand for close to 3 months. Close to 3 months. So the judge in passing sentence took that into account and sentenced him to 2 months. He had said originally that he was going to sentence the convict to 6 months. But in the meantime, when his attention was drawn to the fact that the convict had already spent 3 months on remand, he gave him only 2. Well, it was 4, but he started computing time from the time the person went on remand. So I think, given this particular position and experiences that I have gone through as counsel, the amendment is appropriate.
Mr. Speaker, my major concern is 7B. 7B of his proposal. The reduction in community service hours shall be calculated on the basis that 1 day of remand custody is equivalent to 8 hours of community service, subject to the minimum period prescribed under Section 53A. So all of us who have practiced know that the courts always take into consideration how long you were held in detention when they are determining, their custodial sentence.
But to say,
but for you to now say that he must sit and calculate this 1 day amounts to 8 hours. On what basis have you come to a conclusion that we should legislate that 1 day amounts to 8 hours of work? Is that calculation that so you leave it within the discretion of the judge?
Yes.
Like we've always known in custodial sentencing. In custodial sentencing, it has always been within the discretion of the judge. But you are now tying the judge to sit and be doing mathematical calculations that since he was held for 1 day, then 1 day amounts to 8 hours of community service. Like, that's my issue. Leave it within the discretion of a judge. So leave out the B. Leave out the B.
Mr. Speaker, just to draw my leader's attention to clause 53, yes, which reads as follows. The community service order shall be for a period of A, not less than 4 hours, and not more than 8 hours in a day, and B, not more than 6 months. So, Mr. Speaker, this provision gives us an idea of how to compute.
No, but you see,
Of
in a court,
the service,
you ask the person how long he has been in custody, and that goes a long way to influence the judge in exercising his discretion. But to tell the judge that if the person is in custody for 30 days, he should calculate 8 hours a day plus that, that is what the majority leader is raising. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I believe that the essence of this probation, this business of non-custodial sentence, is to lessen the burden, one, on government and the occupancies in our prisons. And then also the community service is to make sure that we can get some benefit from this business. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, even in Norway, there's nobody in prison, basically. So I believe that the argument majority leader is making, it's not something that we should take on board, because if we give so much discretion to the judges, I believe that then we are not creating certainty in the law or in the minds of Ghanaians. Because if 8 hours is the maximum you can get for a community service, that should be used as a basis for 1 day for custodial sentence. Because you cannot say 4 hours. If he says 4 hours, then we'll be cheating the system. But if it's 8 hours, then we are sure that for every 1 day that the person actually spends in prison, it's 8 hours of community service. Then I think that is fair. Then it brings some certainty also to the judgments that our judges will be issued to.
You see, practically, some persons are remanded in police custody. Some goes to prison custody. So the judge takes all these factors into consideration. You can be in police custody for 6 months, and it will be treated as if the judge will say, instead of convicting you for 3 years community service, I'll give you 2 years. You can be in prison custody, knowing the difference between prison custody and police custody, for 3 months. The judge can equate that 3 months to 1 year, knowing that the conditions are not one and the same. You understand? But when we are asking the judge that treat 1 day as 8 hours, is it 1 day in police custody or 1 day in prison custody?
But, Mr. Speaker, both of them, you are still serving the government. It's still custody. You are still serving the government. It's still custody.
Well, I'll put a question. Yes.
Speaker, first of all, that particular provision is making reference to the 53A. 53A has defined the basis of this amendment containing B. That's why we say subject to 53A. 53A says community service shall be for a period of A, not less than 4 hours, and no more than 8 hours in a day, and not more than 6 months. Now, the essence of this law is to do away with post-conviction custodial sentence. Is to do away, if you are providing an alternative, we are doing away with the status quo. Now, situations where pre-conviction custody is on record. And you are now going to impose a non-custodial sentencing on the convicts. The computation must factor what has already been provided for in law. And the 53A has given us in real time what a community service day of quote-unquote imprisonment means. That it shouldn't be more than 8 hours. Now, Mr. Speaker,
You'll be unfair to the person.
if you come back to what my respected colleague was trying to say about judges having to calculate, Mr. Speaker, in our court, don't our judges calculate penalty units? When we talk about penalty units, it's equivalent in monetary terms. It's determined. So it is not about the judges being burdened or that their hands being tied. His argument is that we should allow them discretion. And he seeks to dismiss the elaborate provision provided thereto in this amendment. But that is not coming from the proposer. The proposer of the amendment is making reference to what is already provided for in the law. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have had sufficient debate on this. I agree to the further amendment, which, Mr. Speaker, that the C be deleted, which he has moved. So
yes, let's look at it critically. Don't you think that if the person is serving a community sentence, the maximum he will do is 8 years, and the fact that it's 8 hours, and the fact that you have been incarcerated 24 hours, and the 24 hours will be calculated as if it is 8 hours work, would this not be unfair to the convicted person? Yes, Honorable Baba Jamal.
Mr. Speaker, in trying to make laws, we shouldn't create a situation where we rather go and even create difficulty in the implementation of the law. This calculation that we are, your B, A, I agree, because it's, hold on, A, I agree. A is already in practice. Most judges, in fact, almost every judge will consider how long you have been in custody before he gives sentence. But to go into calculation, Mr. Speaker, it will be a source of even litigation in the courtroom, confusion between the judge and the lawyers on the ground. Mr. Speaker, we have accepted the amendment that whatever time you are spending in custody should be considered. Why this calculation? Are we now going to sit down? If we are not careful, by the end of the calculation, we will have more, the state will owe the convict. By the end of calculation, the state will owe the convict. If the person has been kept in custody for maybe 1 year, and then he's sentenced 3 years, 1 day, 8 hours, calculate and see. We'll be owing him. Leave it to the discretion of the judge. He should take into consideration. I think that is the best way. If the B is out, we will have a good bill and go ahead.
You let me, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
If you look at the law we passed, the law we are passing, and clauses that we have already accepted, power to make community service order. My understanding is that we said where a court is satisfied that the conditions for making a community service order have been met, that court may make a community service order directing the convicted person to perform a community service. So even community service itself is still a discretionary matter because the court may make it if you have met the conditions. Now, take the clause you are asking to be inserted after clause 5. The clause you are asking to be inserted after clause 5 says that in determining the duration of a community service order, the court shall take into account any period during which the convicted person was held in lawful custody on remand in connection with the offenses for which the community service order is made. And I'm saying that traditionally, it has always been expressed in discretionary terms, that the court may take into consideration the pre-conviction custody. It has always been the case that the court may, but you are saying that the court shall mandatorily. Then you now go and fetter the powers of the court by even calculating the days for them relative to the hours. So first you take away their discretion, which has always been the traditional position, that you may consider the previous stay of the person in custody. But here you're saying shall. That means that the court has no discretion in the matter. Then you now come and say that, and even after you have taken away the discretion, you are calculating the specific day. So if they spend 30 days, you must deduct 8 hours out of it per day for them. So that ties the judge too much. So I plead with you. Yes, so in the case of 6, I agree with you that the court may take into account any period during which the convicted person was held in lawful custody. Good. Then 7, for the purpose of subsection 6, which is more of an interpretation clause, for the purpose of subsection 6, period in lawful custody on remand means any continuous period during which the convicted person was detained pursuant to a warrant of committal or a refusal of bail by a court of competent jurisdiction pending trial or sentencing for the offense charged. That, I think, can stay. My issue is with B, where you are calculating, you said the reduction in community service hours shall be calculated on the basis that 1 day of remand custody is equivalent to 8 hours of community service subject to the minimum period prescribed under section 53A. So that one should go, and then should. Yeah, so that's one. So I'm making the further amendment. So in place of shall, let's say may, and then we delete B. And then the rest can stand. Yeah.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, indeed, let me support the present proposed amendment by the leader. Speaker, because again, from a personal experience, we did a trial, was a criminal matter, robbery. So after about 4 years, my client remained in custody for the entire 4 years. And during sentencing, I put in a plea of allocutus. That's a plea of mitigation and all that. The judge said, yes, counsel, I've heard you. But given the nature and character of the evidence led and recanted, I am minded to impose the sentence that the court sees fit. So it means that even though you may legislate, that is why it must be discretionary. The court may do so, given the peculiar circumstances of the case. If the peculiar circumstances of the case is such that they may not have regard to the period spent in pre-conviction custody, the court may be minded not to do so. So I support the present amendment by leader.
I can see the sense of the House. What I intend to do is to put the question one after the other. So the first question is put on the proposed amendment as in the new clause 44(6). Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now we come to 7. 7 is in A, B, C. I will then put the question first on A. Very well. So I'll put a question on A. Those in favor of 7A, standing part of the bill as amended, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The 7A is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now 7B. I'll put a question. Those in favor of 7B standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. I'll put a question again. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now C. C is abandoned. Then I'll put a question on the entire clause 44 as variously amended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. Clause 44 is ordered to stand part of the bill. New clause as in XV. Yes.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I move this, which is captured on page 20 of today's order paper, on behalf of Hussein Alexander Kwamina.
He's here.
Speaker, but you can be here.
If the proposal of the motion is here,
Speaker,
how will you be acting on his behalf?
Speaker, there is a power of attorney on this matter. Speaker, you see, you are compelling.
Once he's here, you are Fantus official.
Speaker, the amendment proposes after clause 45, add the following new clause. Sentencing guidelines. Speaker, this is 4 sub-clauses, so I'm not too sure if I would have to read or I would want them adopted. I so move.
The proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment is quite problematic in the sense that sentencing guidelines are born out of administrative directives. So, given that they are born out of administrative directives, and mostly they are made by the Chief Justice, yet we are seeking to legislate on such guidelines. I think that, Mr. Speaker, we may be making incursions into the Chief Justice's domain. Currently, we have sentencing guidelines, and those guidelines are not the product of any legislation. They are administrative in character. So I would urge that we leave this domain to the judiciary. I mean, the Chief Justice, after the passage of this bill, can formulate guidelines to at least regulate the conduct of judges when they have tried cases and convicted accused persons. What rules should guide them in passing sentence? And so, Mr. Speaker, that is the position I would take in relation to this proposed amendment. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the amendment makes reference to guidelines as though we have them captured in a schedule to this particular bill. We don't have same. So I believe strongly that once we don't even have the proposed guidelines captured in a schedule, we should abandon this particular amendment.
Honourable members, is for the consideration of the House. Yes, majority that it was assumed you are not here and somebody acted with your authority. That's correct. And you still want to have the floor. Once you are here, he is Fantus official. You have the floor. You have the floor.
Yeah, so, Speaker, yes. I want to, with your leave, further amend the clause 2 by deleting, by the clause 1, Mr. Speaker, clause 1. Clause 1. So, Mr. Speaker, on the issue raised in opposition in respect of practice directions, Mr. Speaker, it is always better to legislate rather than leave certain matters open for administrative directions. Speaker, if I may recall what the Supreme Court said in the Benjamin E. Mensah case, the Supreme Court was very unequivocal, speaking through my Lord Atuguba. The Electoral Commission was found wanting on the matter of a constitutional instrument to regulate the 2015 Assembly election. And when the court inquired, the Electoral Commission said it relied on some administrative directions. And the court said no. Once the Constitution provides for a CI to regulate every public election, you cannot circumvent the law by telling the court that on that very occasion there was no such CI and that the commission was relying on some administrative guidelines to conduct a public election. Accordingly, the whole notice given to the public was struck down and the election postponed to allow for the EC to now lay before Parliament a new constitutional instrument. It is therefore proper, fortified by this position by the court, to say that if Parliament has the opportunity to legislate to avoid ambiguities, we must do so. It is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, even when we legislate, we allow for an EI or an LI for further regulation to operationalize the law where we think that there may be some other areas. So the issue of administrative guidelines, which guidelines are clearly outside of the law, being used, Mr. Speaker, to perform an administrative function, the Supreme Court has already frowned on that. Otherwise, Benjamin E. Mensah's prayer would not have been held. He was a mere fisherman. So, I think that what the respected gentleman who spoke before me said, that indeed we need to rely on administrative directive to achieve this purpose. I'm just drawing this gentleman's attention. I mean, Honorable James Agaga is my my senior at the bar. I so much respect him. In practice, back in the days, criminal trial practice was part of his practice. We learn a lot at his feet. Mr. Speaker, he would have to yield to this position of the Supreme Court. That where the law provides for a certain procedure to be followed, you can only be on that path and that path only. You cannot now say you are using an administrative guidelines. It is the reason why the notice, Benjamin Eyi Mensah, with respect, Benjamin Eyi Mensah, the notice, very well, that's another authority. I am talking about Benjamin Eyi Mensah. Very well, Mr. Speaker, I'm humbled in all humility. Yes, I was young, but Mr. Speaker, by the grace of God, I tried my best at the bar, and my prayer was upheld for and on behalf of my client. Mr. Speaker, that is the guiding law. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want the chairman of the committee, the Defense and Interior Committee, to have a critical look at the grounds of his opposition again. I am ready to take away the clause 1, which has to do with the schedule, because I noticed that the schedule I wanted attached is still not ready, it's not been advertised. So I'm ready to yield to you on that. I'm ready to yield to you, Honorable Agaga, on the one, to delete it. But for the subsequent ones, I believe that we need the 2, which is the new one. We need the 3, which now becomes 2. And the final one would read what I've put there. The Chief Justice may issue practice directions for the uniform application of the guidelines. So that has also been cured. No, we already have the guidelines. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I think there should be no problem at all once I am amending the one to cater for his concerns.
Yes, Chairman, yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, I'm trying to understand the basis of this new clause. Sentencing guidelines. And I was going to draw attention to the absence of any sentencing guidelines in a second schedule to the Act. Once you don't have that, how does 2 sustain itself? You don't have 1. How do you sustain 2? Yes, because it will be difficult to sustain 2 and then all the others. Okay.
Speaker, with respect, I think upon further consultation, we'll flag it and then try and clean it up and come back. The Speaker, that's the consensus.
I will flag it by coming back. You should try and convince the House that administrative guidelines should be a subject matter of an Act of Parliament. Because it's going to be, coming here as an act. It's not coming under regulations or nothing.
Well, Mr. Speaker, because you've spoken for the records, that is not my intention to make an administrative guideline take precedence over law? Is that
No, it's now going to be a subject matter of an act of parliament.
Well, Mr. Speaker,
It remains a guideline administratively.
Very, Mr. Speaker, I get the point you're making.
Yes.
Very well.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I get the point you're making.
Yes.
Very well. I won't litigate it.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, when you go about it this way, it's always a safe landing point.
Yes.
But
Yes.
sometimes, Mr. Speaker, you know, when you want to do hash, then there's a problem. But, Mr. Speaker, I mean, there
Well,
must always
I'm
be
just drawing your
Mr.
attention
Speaker,
to
there
it.
must always be a safe landing for your front bench. This I have said. Mr. Speaker, there must always
So will you land safely
Mr.
based
Speaker,
on the...
yes, by your guidance, we've landed safely. You and I have landed safely.
Very well.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So what do we do
Mr.
regarding
Speaker,
the
may live
proposed
long.
amendment?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we are flagging it.
Very
you said
well.
when I'm coming back, I should come well.
Yes.
So, yes, you may
Yes.
live long, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The proposed amendment is flagged. Then with this, I can put a question on I can put a question on the 44 based on the fact that this is flagged. We move to clause 45.
Power to make community service order.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Amendment proposed, subclause 1, line 3, after order, insert as set out in the first schedule. I move.
The proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 40 is, let me put a question on entire clause 45 in the absence of any further amendment. Those in favor of clause 45 as amended standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 45 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 46.
Nature and type of community service.
Chairman of the committee.
Amendment proposed, subclause 1, line 1, delete probation and insert community service. Consequential amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, this is consequential. I'll put I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 46 is ordered to stand. The proposed amendment to clause 46 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on entire clause 46 in the absence of any further amendment. Those in favor say aye. Yeah, very well, very well. Very well. Let's go to amendment numbered XVIII, standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Apanyomakin.
Speaker, I have the permission of Osahin to move this amendment on his behalf. Speaker, if I have your permission as well, your leave.
But it is only fair that in the absence of the person, you can be authorized to perform an act on behalf of him.
Speaker, you know all of this is part of the learning process. So,
please.
Yes.
Thank
you very
the
much,
rules
Speaker.
are relaxed, so.
Yes, Speaker, like you educated me earlier, looking at page 20, Speaker, we are taking this from page 20, and from today's other paper, Speaker, the amendment proposed is as follows. After subclause 2, insert the following new subclauses.
As captured in page 20 and 21.
As captured in page 20 and 21.
Of today's order paper.
Yes, yes, Speaker.
Yes, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to understand or comprehend which form of community service is demeaning or degrading. Community service is community service. Once you suffer a conviction and the sentence does not exceed 3 years, Mr. Speaker, a judge can in the alternative, sentence you to community service as opposed to serving a custodial sentence. That being the case, Mr. Speaker, how demeaning can it be for a judge to say, rather than go to prison, go and do community service? The essence of punishment is to reform, is to deter. If it is the case that is the meaning, I mean, if that is the meaning I gather, for one to be paraded through the streets to sweep the gutters or desilt them is the meaning or degrading, I mean, yes, it is to deter. It's to deter. That is the deterrent part of what? Exactly. So, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, I will urge my colleague who moved the amendment for and on behalf of the minority leader, Dosahin, to consider abandoning this particular amendment.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you have to legislate. You have to legislate things that can be determined so that it is enforceable. If you say that a court shall not assign a convicted person to perform a nature or type of community service that is demeaning, degrading, or likely to expose the convicted person to public humiliation beyond what is necessary, how do you determine what level of public humiliation is necessary? How do you determine that? Beyond what is necessary for the purpose of accountability and rehabilitation. This is going to be difficult to enforce. It's going to be difficult to determine. Very subjective. What may be demeaning to Mr. A may not be demeaning to Mr. B. Your perception of what constitutes humiliation may be different. So I plead with you. I'm sure the judges subconsciously take on board all these considerations when they are determining what you should do. But to indicate it as a specific provision in the Act, what will happen? Somebody will start challenging the courts. And then it becomes impossible for the courts to implement what we have designed for them.
Speaker, I've had a very beautiful conversation with the venerable clerk, and I had given him some examples of situations where the community service can be very demeaning, degrading, and what have you. But I do not want to go into details because some of them are not too good for this house to capture. But it's true. Save that the majority leader's final comment nails the conversation better. That to the extent, if you are not careful, there will be a Pandora box. Everybody, you now make applications trying to understand what is demeaning. And obviously, Speaker, flowing from that, I think that we would rather want to abandon this one and proceed on the next one. Thank you.
Very well. The proposed amendment accordingly abandoned. Then I will put a question on entire clause 46 as variously amended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 46 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, there is a new proposed clause after clause 46 standing in the name of the minority leader. You have the floor.
Speaker, that is also captured on page 20 of today's order paper. And it reads, which is 46.4. In determining the nature and type of community service, a court shall, where practicable, have regard to any skill, qualification, or experience of the convicted person that may benefit the community. And I so move. And this one, I think.
But this is not different from XVII. See, Honorable Jerry Ahmed, the whole thing is punishment. So you prefer to be sentenced to prison and be asked to go and do the community work and go back to the prison. Because these days, I see prisoners being brought out to do some work. But in this case, you are not in the prison, you are outside doing this work, and we want to tie it down with some qualifications, then it means that you can enforce the law. Because if you ask me to go and weed the side of the motorway, and I say it is degrading, I'm not going to do it. It must go back to court for the court to determine whether that work that you ask me to do as a convicted person is degrading or is not degrading. Because that's how the determination can be made. Yes.
Being a non-lawyer, and sometimes I feel that it was good I didn't go to law school. Reading some of these amendments, it sounds to me like we are making this community service thing for some upper-class special people. Having lived in a community where there's community service, what do you mean by they shouldn't give them a sentence that is demeaning? The crime that they committed, wasn't it demeaning? But if you look at this, you are asking the court, a court shall not assign. Why would you put restrictions on the court? Okay, let me read it all for you, sir. Osahine. A court shall not assign, and a probation officer or a supervising officer shall not direct a convicted person to perform community service that is degrading. Isn't that what we are talking about? Look, then have a human rights act somewhere. Community service. Who is being sentenced to a community service? Honorable Mr. Speaker, this before it even gets to the chairman, let's abandon it.
Honourable members, let's take into consideration that though we have our respective rights, the Constitution is clear that based on certain circumstances, that your right can be taken away from you. So you cannot be a convicted person. They ask you to go and weed on the motorway. Then you say that weeding on the motorway is demeaning because there are a lot of cars passing.
Speaker, context matters. It is not the convict who is demanding. It is the law that is upholding the dignity of that convict. That is the whole essence of this provision. That is the whole essence of this provision. Don't we hear of complaints about how probation officers or prison officers sometimes act in excess of their mandate? This is basically to cure possible excesses in the discharge of the mandate.
So who determines whether the work is degrading or humiliating?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, quite rhetorically, I humbly hold this view from the rhetoric question you posed. If the honorable member had read it in full, if we say, Mr. Speaker, that to perform community service is that this degrading or humiliating, Mr. Speaker, To say something is humiliating or degrading, hazardous and unsafe, having regard to the convict's health status. C, disproportionate to the convict's fiscal capacity. Discriminatory or any ground prohibited by the Constitution. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I ask because you said it is not the convicted person that is demanding.
The law is saying
and
so.
It is the convicted person
who is the
being
beneficiary
asked
of
to work.
No.
That will have to say that the work that you are giving me to do is humiliating. It is degrading.
Mr. Speaker, not so. Respect. Mr. Speaker, that is not the case. That is not the case. It is not the convict. We are legislating to guide the one supervisor. Mr. Speaker, let's go to the Constitution. Let's go to the Constitution. Article 296.
Article talks about discretionary powers.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed. Mr. Speaker, 296, for the avoidance of doubt, where in this Constitution or any other law discretionary power is vested in any person or authority, A, that discretionary power shall be deemed to imply a duty to be fair and candid. B, the exercise of the discretionary power shall not be arbitrary, capricious, or biased, either by resentment, prejudice, or personal dislike, and shall be in accordance with due process of law. And, Mr. Speaker, the C is not very relevant, but for this purpose, let me add. And where the person or authority is not a judge or other judicial officer, there shall be published by the constitutional instrument or statutory instrument regulations that are not inconsistent with the provisions of this Constitution or that other law to govern the exercise of the discretionary power.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker,
with the provisions that you have read.
Mr. Speaker, may I finish?
Yes, finish.
Not
you are caught by your own provision, but finish.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, not budgeting now. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the provisions, what the proposal, it is all aimed at giving effect to 296. When the law is saying that the nature of community service should not be aimed at degrading or humiliating, what the law then is saying is that probation officer, supervising officer, be guided by Article 296. Somebody may say that, okay, I know that you were a politician. Now you've been convicted. I know that your children attend this school. So go and carry this wood where your children have just closed, just to humiliate. Mr. Speaker, that is a... Please. We are legislating for tomorrow. Let's be careful, because in this country, you and I know the extent to which some law enforcement officers can go. In fact, it is the excesses of the law that is giving rise to this community service bill. It's how sentencing regime has caused escalation or dehumanizing of convicts. Issues have been escalated because of the nature of sentencing. People's lives have rather been destroyed rather than being reformed. It's the reason why there's this new sentencing regime by our courts. And for the first time, this parliament is giving effect to that policy by doing this enactment. So we must be mindful. The prison officers, they are not perfect, but at least the law must guide them so that anytime they are crossing the red line, someone can take them on. Human rights activists can come in, intervene. Are we saying that a person convicted has his human right taken away from him because of conviction? No.
Honorable
The
Minority
person
Leader.
has a right to his dignity.
Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, because of your conviction, you have a right to move, but you are confined in prison. Is your right not taken away from you?
Mr. Speaker, I shouldn't be taken out of context. What I am saying is that even when your rights by law, your right to free movement is taken away from you, that impairment must be subjected to your right to personal dignity. That is a fact. The dignity of a man, a Ghanaian, is guaranteed by the Constitution. So
Today,
even where, Mr. Speaker, even where the rights, certain rights of the citizen is being taken away, there are some that are guaranteed. So for instance, you are convicted. It doesn't mean that you can be denied your food. You are supposed to be fed. The fact that you have been convicted doesn't mean that you will be denied.
Minority Leader, will you agree with me that today, the laws as it stands, your life can even be taken away based on conviction?
Mr. Speaker, right must be defined. Some right can be taken away.
I'm saying that your life, you can be sentenced to death by law.
Mr. Speaker, by law.
Yes.
But even so,
So if you make a blanket statement, it will not gel well within the law. Now, Section 296 that you have mentioned, the other part is subjecting it to statutory, Article 296. Is subjecting it to statutory instrument and constitutional instrument. However, this is not a statutory instrument. This is an act of Parliament. So, in making an act of Parliament, we need to be very careful legislating on certain things.
Speaker, the head note.
Yes.
I titled it Human Dignity.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, human dignity.
Yes.
And protection of convicted persons.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I am very clear on the proposal before the House. I said human dignity. I am mindful of the situation of that person. That for the time being, certain rights have been taken away from him by law. But in so doing, his dignity as provided for by the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the chapter 5 of the Constitution, I believe, deals with human rights.
If the community service is for you to go and sweep market, and you don't want to sweep market, don't commit the offense.
Mr. Speaker,
Leader, let me hear Roxanne Dapamako.
Mr. Speaker.
Roxanne Dapamako, let me hear him, then I'll come to you, Leader. He's been on his feet for some time.
Speaker, I've been trying to catch your attention. Speaker, the minority leader in reacting to the Honorable Samantha Mills actually said that he hasn't read the law. I thought that. Yes, he said he hasn't read the bill in full. And but it looks, yeah, so it didn't come across well. So please, if that can be, yes.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I mean, it's only fair. The point I was making was that the member had not appreciated in full the provisions contained in the proposed amendment. However, if it came across as being disrespectful to him, I withdraw that, Mr. Speaker. It's only fair. It's only fair.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I can perfectly understand the basis of this proposed amendment. Article 15 of our Constitution says that the dignity of all persons shall be inviolable. So whether held in custody or not held in custody, whether you are a convict or you are not a convict, the dignity of each and every one of us is inviolable and our integrity is protected by Article 15 of the Constitution. Then it goes further to say, no person shall, whether or not he is arrested, restricted, or detained, be subjected to torture or other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. So I think that this is what you are trying to legislate. But my caution is that it is already enshrined in our Constitution that you cannot, dehumanize, degrade, and torture or be cruel to any human being. It is captured in our Constitution. We have signed on to the international human rights treaties, and it is captured in the various international human rights treaties. So I think that the courts have always, taken that into consideration, and the judges in determining community service will always take that into consideration. I think that if anything at all, you may just want to reframe Article 15 and capture it. Just reframe Article 15, and capture it, because that's basically what you are trying to do. It's already a constitutional provision. So that makes it easy for all of us.
Speaker, in my early days as a minority leader, I had some veritable words to describe the majority leader. Because I'm unsure of what he may likely do tomorrow when he reads the business statement, I'm not going to commend him for this industry. But clearly, you know that when there's no mischief in him, he does good business. And when he decides to help, he helps. So, Mr. Speaker, is the majority leader paying attention to this provocation? Yes, but I want him to hear this provocation. Mr. Speaker, he's brought a very beautiful suggestion. It's good. So my own view is that the draft person would have to coin it, take the Article 15, and as the lawyers will say, for the appropriate legal fees, mutatis mutandis. Yes. Mr. Speaker, yes. I want people to consult for the meaning of mutatis mutandis. On this occasion, the firm will take a legal fee just for using the Latin in language. Mr. Speaker, so if the draft person can factor that position of the majority leader and deal with it as a new subclause after 46. And in that sense, I would abandon the entire rendition and allow the draft person to figure out the right to personal dignity as provided for in Article 15 in place of what I earlier proposed. Accordingly, the advertised amendment is withdrawn, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, the advertised amendment is withdrawn. I urge the drafters to cross-reference Article 15 of the Constitution accordingly and appropriately. I will then put a question on entire clause 46. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 46 has variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 47.
Concurrent community service orders.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker.
Clause 47.
Yes, there is yet another amendment. Still
there is
on
no
clause,
advertised amendment on
clause 46.
What is the advertised amendment?
So, community service for child offenders. It stands in the name of the minority leader. No, we haven't dealt with that one.
Very well.
Speaker, page 21 of today's order paper. Speaker, I am moving this amendment on behalf of President Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Markin. Speaker, the amendment proposed is as follows. After clause 46, add the following new clauses. Human dignity and protection of convicted persons. Speaker, I rely on the following.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I will respectfully urge my colleague to abandon the amendment. Yes, the reason is simple. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Juvenile Justice Act, 2003, Act 653, it deals with juvenile justice, administration. And this is very specific to juveniles. It contains all the relevant provisions which deals with juveniles who are found to have breached the laws or who have committed offenses. And so, in view of the fact that there is a very specific legislation on that subject, Mr. Speaker, I would urge that we refrain from seeking to legislate in a community service bill, which is a completely different subject area, and allow the said Juvenile Justice Act to be the act to deal with issues bordering on juvenile justice. That law is so, expansive. It contains provisions on how to deal with juveniles and all that.
Yes. Honorable Jerry Ahmed.
If all of those, like he rightly stated, have been captured.
You know that juveniles, upon conviction, they are not sent to our regular prisons.
Yes, yes.
Their treatment is different.
Very much so, Speaker.
But this is a general community service sentence. And what would you want to subject the juveniles to?
Speaker, that is why per his submission, I am asking that we should abandon. We shouldn't be labor. Especially if all of those have been captured in another law.
Very well. So having abandoned it, the question that I put on clause 46 still stands. The ayes have it, and clause 46 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 47.
Concurrent community service orders.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any advertised amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 47? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 47 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 48.
Suspended sentence in default of community service.
Chairman of the committee.
Amendment proposed, delete and insert the following. Suspended sentence in default of community service, where a convicted person in respect of whom a court has made a community service order is unable for good cause to comply with the order, the court shall suspend the community service for a period that the court determines.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further amendment? I'll put a question on the chairman's amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, still clause 48. Amendment number XXI, standing in the name of the minority leader.
Speaker, SSI, as captured on page 22 of today's order paper, Speaker, amendment proposed, delete and insert the following. Suspended sentence in default of community service, running down to 5, subclause 5, Speaker. So move.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members. Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, clause 53 of the bill covers the amendment in question. And so I should think that the amendment ought to be abandoned.
Speaker, I've seen 53, which actually has a different rendition but same meaning. Consequences for breach of community service order. Just trying to juxtapose that with this. Speaker, if we can just defer a bit, just maybe for a few minutes, whilst I try to, so that if there is something which is not captured in 53 and we can bring it on board, so that we have a comprehensive nature of the consequences, that would be good for me.
So what is your request?
Just asking that it should be deferred for me to compare the two, whilst we go on another one.
Very well.
Yes, yes.
We then move to clause 49.
Register of Community Service Orders.
So clause 48, the proposed amendment by minority leader deferred. Yes, 49, Chairman of the Committee.
Amendment proposed, subclause 1, line 1, delete probation and insert community service.
Yes, consequential. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. I will put a question on entire clause 49 as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 49 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, a proposed new clause in SXII standing in the name of the minority leader.
Speaker, is it SSIII?
Aye.
The ayes are 3?
Yes.
Very well. Speaker, as captured on page 23 of today's order paper, I move the amendment proposed by the minority leader to include, after clause 49, add the following new clause. Protection and personal information. And Speaker, as captured on the other paper, all of that I rely on.
Well, it is for the consideration of the House.
My Lord, sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have the premonition that one day you become a Supreme Court judge. Maybe that is why.
That is what Habib has been saying.
I described you as my Lord.
That's what Habib has been saying.
Yes. So I have the intuition. Mr. Speaker, the amendment, I think, is in line with the Data Protection Act. And therefore, barring any objections, I think the proposed amendment is appropriate.
Very well, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. I'll put a question on entire clause 49. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 49 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 50.
Enforcement of community service order.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Amendment proposed. Subclause 4, lines 1 and 3. Delete probation and insert community service.
It is consequential. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Chairman of the committee, SXV.
Amendment proposed. Subclause 5, lines 1. Delete probation and insert community service.
It is consequential. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The consequential amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Chairman of the committee, SXVI.
Amendment proposed. Subclause 6, lines 3. Delete probation and insert community service.
It is also consequential. I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on entire clause 50 in the absence of any further amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 50 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 51.
Obligations of convicted persons subject to community service order.
Amendment proposed. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Chairman of the committee. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there are a number of consequential amendments running up to clause 57, and there are quite some substantial amendments, I would say, to structure work. If we can take all consequential amendments, okay, all consequential amendments up to 57, and leave and defer the three substantive amendments proposed by the minority leader, so that tomorrow we'll continue from there.
Yes. So we then come to the proposed amendment numbered XXIX. That's clause 52.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
So we defer 51.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the
because we
proposal
already
is
defer 48.
That's so. That is so. Mr. Speaker, the proposal is that those consequential amendments up to 57, he puts them together. Then we can debate it. Because they are consequential. So we are deferring there. So,
have you read the case of Azwame versus Attorney General?
Mr. Speaker, please repeat yourself.
Azwame versus Attorney General.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you may guide us.
Where section 48 of the Narcotic Control Commission has been struck out because it has not been debated on the floor of Parliament.
But Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying we shouldn't debate it. I'm saying that the amendment must be.
These are consequential amendments,
yes,
but by the guidance of the Supreme Court, in that decision, we have to take it one after the other. Because we have to put a question on a specific clause, one by one.
Interpretation being given to the ruling, though.
So, Mr. Speaker, rather it is from 51. There's a consequential amendment in 51, and then his amendment in 51, that's what we would defer. Then there's a consequential amendment in 52. Then in 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 57.
As for the consequential amendments, leader, it doesn't take time.
Yes, it doesn't.
It's a substantive amendment.
Yes.
So why are we even in hurry?
Yes.
To take consequential amendment, leaving the substantive ones, which is likely to take time.
No,
if it is two of the substantive ones that we have taken, we know that the consequential ones, we just put a question upon the proposed amendment being moved.
Yeah, so let's take the consequential amendments. And where in the proposed amendment, it is only a consequential amendment,
then I can put
means
a
that we
question
can
on
take
that one.
we can take the clause as well, the entire clause as well.
Yes, so if you look at clause 51,
yes,
there is only one amendment standing in the name of the minority leader.
Yes.
If you come to clause 52, it's
So what I
only
mean
one
is that, for
consequential.
instance,
It's only one consequential amendment in clause 52. You come to clause 53, it's only one amendment standing in his name. And if you come to 55, it's only consequential amendment. You come to 56, one amendment. Yes. So if you take the two, we'll be able to move very fast. Yes, minority leader. But on this 51, there's only one amendment for me to put a question. There's no other advertised amendment. On 52, it is only consequential amendment. Very well. Clause 51 deferred. Clause 52.
Issue of summons and warrant.
Chairman of the committee.
Amendment proposed, subclause 1, line 5, delete probation and insert community service.
It's consequential. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Proposed amendment to clause 52 is ordered to stand part of the bill. The entire clause 52, in the absence of any further amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 52 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 53 is deferred. Then clause 55. Clause 54.
Commission of subsequent offense.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised
It
amendment.
is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 54 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 55.
Procedure before a different court.
Proposed. Subclause 3, line 1, delete probation and insert community service.
It's consequential. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Proposed amendment to clause 55 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 55 in the absence of any amendment. Honourable members, any amendment? Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 55 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 56.
56.
Procedure before a court of coordinate jurisdiction.
Yes,
Amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker, subclause 1, lines 4 and 5. After shall, delete in the case of that court being a lower court.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further amendment? I will put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I put a question to entire clause 56 in the absence of any further amendment. Yes, Minority Leader.
I wanted to prompt you that there is an understanding at the front bench that upon putting the question on the entire clause 56, we draw the curtains on this today. Mr. Speaker, that is the understanding we have. I mean, Mr. Speaker, we are fatigued. And I don't want any latecomer to now come and talk 24-hour economy here. I don't want any latecomer to say anything. Mr. Speaker, that is the understanding we have.
I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 56, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 56 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, honourable members, based on that judgment, ordinarily, if there is no proposed amendment to a clause, you go ahead to put a question. But after that judgment, you still ask the House whether there is an amendment before you go ahead and put a question. Yes, Majority Leader.
I think we've done more than 5 hours, so we're in your hands.
Very well. Then 45 are standing order 56-2. I'll proceed to adjourn the House, and the House is accordingly adjourned till Friday.
Mr. Speaker,
we'll bring consideration state to an end.
Mr. Speaker, the maze, you know you are a man of procedure.
Yes, yes.
And I'm surprised the clerk to Parliament is here.
Yes.
He's here and he knows. He has been
Consideration stage for today
on procedure.
has
And he
ended
wanted the
on
House
the
to be
community
adjourned
service bill.
when the mills was tilted. We're still at consideration stage.
The House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, 19th June 2026.
Yes.
Oh, you are still here.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yes. You see, there was mischief. Mr. Speaker, you see,
the House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, 19th June 2026 at 12 noon. Thank you, honorable members.
How come the clerk to Parliament sits here and he won't check?